This is our galaxy. This is our planet. And this is the story of mankind. 5,000 years ago, planet Earth would be home to the first human civilizations. Humans from across the world would be in a race for survival, meaning, and power. Their small cities transformed into advanced civilizations. Around the globe, people formed unique cultures, similar in humanity yet different in expression. But soon, civilizations became so advanced they would ascend from survival to world domination. And now you're here. This is the story of all that happened before you. 150,000 years ago, we took our first steps. Hunter-gatherer civilizations endured in harsh locales ranging from the Arctic tundra to the Amazon rainforest. Here, primitive peoples began wielding fire to reshape their world. Hunter-gatherers roamed the earth for more than 100,000 years. All throughout the world, primitive humans slowly began to express themselves. Their mastery of stone tools allowed early humans to ascend the food chain and become Earth's dominant predator. This, however, was not our destiny. In the fertile plains of the Middle East, the first farmers would scatter seeds into the ground. They mastered the delicate dance of planting, harvesting, and nurturing, transforming their once wild surroundings into a thriving oasis of crops. Society begins to emerge. Not long after, we began domesticating animals. We could stay exactly where we were and let food come to us. All throughout the world, clutches of mud huts became primitive cities. This was a revolution. Sumeria was the world's first known civilization. Its early cities emerged in Mesopotamia over 7,000 years ago, between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. Uruk was the first city, beginning as early as 5000 BC. The Sumerians gave humanity one of the greatest inventions in history. Cuneiform was born, the world's first writing system. For the first time ever, humans could share knowledge across any distance, time, and generation. Sumerian blacksmiths began melting their ordinary rocks of copper and tin together. The result was bronze. Tools and weapons that were once weak and brittle were now stronger and more durable. The Stone Age was now over. The Bronze Age had begun. Equipped with bronze sword and shields, humans fought across Mesopotamia, waging brutal wars to conquer neighboring cities. But war was only one part of ancient life. Other people would begin to advance architecture and building. Over 4,000 years ago, the Sumerians built the legendary ziggurats, extraordinary temple monuments still standing tall to this day. The Sumerians will mark the birth of civilization. In the land of Egypt, a new architectural experiment was taking place in 2650 BC, the pyramid. Egyptian civilization flourished along the Nile River for thousands of years. They had a structured society, At the bottom, millions of peasants, workers, and slaves. At the top, the pinnacle of human existence, the pharaoh. The people worshipped the pharaoh, believing it was them who were responsible for the River Nile's fertile soil. The Egyptians created hieroglyphs, their own intricate writing system that we still understand today. Believing in an afterlife, they began mummifying people and animals so their spirits would continue to live on. Under Pharaoh Djoser, the kingdom expanded to the largest and most powerful the world had ever seen. To mark his legendary rule, Djoser wanted a great royal tomb. He had just the idea: the Step Pyramid. A building which would reflect the pharaoh's position at the pinnacle of human existence. It was decorated with stunning white limestone, rising over 60 meters into the desert sky. After his death, Djoser's mummified remains lay inside this magnificent structure. The age of pyramids had begun. Taking power in 2613 BC, the great pharaoh Sneferu took pyramid building to another level. During his 27-year reign, he constructed the Maiden Pyramid, the Bent Pyramid, and the Red Pyramid. Sneferu was succeeded by his son Khufu. He was no great leader. Seeing that he could never live up to his father as a ruler, Khufu insisted to triumph his glory. He began to work on the greatest monument of the ancient world. The Great Pyramid of Giza was born. It would soon stand at a massive 481 feet, the tallest building in the world until 1889 AD, over 4,500 years later. And finally, the Great Sphinx would be constructed to protect the sacred sites of the Giza pyramids. Egypt had become the world's first great superpower. Since 4500 BC, the land of China would see early settlements along the Yellow River in the north and the Yangtze in the south. The people lived agricultural lifestyles, growing millet and rice, residing on the floodplains. However, they were plagued by the Great Flood, a natural disaster constantly washing away their crops and killing settlers. The founding of China's first dynasty began with Yu, the man who built a legendary canal system to bring an end to the flood. Tribal leaders throughout the land named Yu their successor, and in 2070 BC, the Xia dynasty was founded. The lands of China would have their first king, Yu, and the people thrived in their new society. For centuries, the Xia ruled a stable Chinese state of over 2 million citizens. But after nearly 500 years, the Xia were conquered by their neighbors in the north, the Shang dynasty. The wars were brutal and marked something more than the fall of one dynasty. The Shang brought China into the Bronze Age. Bronze tools were stronger and would last longer, and soon, the Shang would pioneer remarkable horse-drawn chariots, wielding skilled archers who could fire their bows while moving across the battlefield. China had now become part of humanity's first era of truly advanced civilizations. Back in Mesopotamia, the small city of Babylon had become a rising power. In 1792 BC, the legendary King Hammurabi turned the small Babylonian city-state into an empire. Hammurabi would remarkably conquer Sumerian cities, Ashuna or Uruk, and the city of Ashur in the east. Hammurabi was not just a fierce warrior, he was also a brilliant statesman. Having achieved its territorial aims, Hammurabi issued his legendary law code in 1755 BC. For the first time in human history, a civilization had inscribed hundreds of laws on a large stone stele, the Code of Hammurabi. It contains 282 laws and their punishments if broken. The saying, "an eye for an eye," comes from this code, as there was a written law that blinding another citizen will be punished by removal of the eyes. Another written law says, if a son struck his father, his hands would be cut off, showing that to the Babylonians, respect for parents was sacred. Marriage, too, was held sacred, with one law stating, if a married woman was caught committing adultery, both she and the man would be tied together and thrown into the Euphrates River. Despite its ancient brutality, these laws helped the Babylonians become an advanced civilization. But they were no warriors. This was the Bronze Age after all, and force was the deciding factor. And so, Hammurabi's empire did not outlive him by long. Europe's earliest civilization emerged around 2000 BC. Isolated on the small, lush island of Crete, the Minoan people were developing a sophisticated society of their own. They were the first ever to build ships that would connect European civilization with the rest of the world. They set sail, establishing trading posts throughout the Mediterranean, becoming one of the richest powers of their time. In a legendary voyage, they even made their way to the kingdoms of Egypt, where merchants with different languages learned to trade together, beginning international commerce that would last for centuries. Soon, their capital city of Knossos was filled with magnificent palaces, spanning an incredible 45 acres. The Minoans even had flushing toilets, an innovation that wouldn't become widespread in Europe again until the Romans more than 1,000 years later. Knossos remains the first known advanced city in Europe, and its ruins are still standing after 3,500 years. But their own writing system, Linear A, still hasn't been deciphered by archaeologists. Knossos was damaged by an earthquake in 1700 BC, and was rebuilt on an even grander scale, surviving for another 500 years. However, nature was unforgiving. In 1500 BC, a massive volcano erupted in nearby Thera, severely disrupting Minoan trade. Just 50 years later, a devastating earthquake struck Crete, and while she was weakened, a full-scale invasion from her Greek neighbors followed. The Minoans simply couldn't survive such a series of disasters, and in 1450 BC, their civilization collapsed entirely. In the vast Pacific Ocean, some of humanity's most masterful seafarers were adventuring to unknown lands. In 1600 BC, early Austronesian peoples in Taiwan traveled 5,000 miles by deep ocean canoe to reach the Isles of Polynesia. It is perhaps mankind's most daring expedition. They had no compasses, no maps. Early Polynesian explorers navigated by the patterns in the swells, the species of birds flying overhead, and most importantly, the stars. Through unceasing lifelong observation, they learned the exact pattern of the stars as they rise and fall, and how this varied from season to season. They could thus choose a specific star or series of stars by which to navigate. For their efforts, they were rewarded. They found lush, uninhabited islands: Fiji, Tonga, Samoa. Here, the daring colonists created vibrant new civilizations. They built massive homes perched on stilts to withstand the tempestuous elements, and sustained themselves on the fruits of the sea. Over time, a unique culture emerged. Using razor-sharp obsidian blades, they covered their bodies in winding, intricate tattoos. Undisturbed and isolated in the Pacific, these civilizations thrived for millennia. They may not have constructed great works, but they remain some of the most stable and enduring cultures in mankind's history. But in Egypt, a crisis was unfolding. A series of weak-willed rulers had allowed the kingdom to descend into chaos. By 1650 BC, Egypt had fallen under foreign rule for the first time in its 3,000-year history. The Hyksos, fearsome nomadic peoples from the Levant. They had seized their opportunity and now occupied all of Lower Egypt. In the south, the ancient dynasty of Thebes still reigned, but the situation was deteriorating. In 1570 BC, the rightful pharaoh was killed in battle with the Hyksos. Power fell to his son, Ahmose I, only 10 years old. The boy king watched helplessly as not just his father, but also his elder brother was slain by the Hyksos. Just like that, he had become the end of the royal line. And yet, his forces were simply too weak, too scattered. For 20 years, Ahmose bided his time, letting his hated foes occupy his homeland. The fate of the kingdom lay in the young man's development. The Egyptian people held their breath. When Ahmose came of age and his regency ended, it was clear he had become exactly the ruler Egypt needed. Strong, intelligent, ambitious, and on an unstoppable quest for revenge. His countrymen gathered around him, and in the 20th year of his reign, he personally led the charge. He drove the Hyksos out of Egypt, chased them back to the Levant, and sacked their capital of Sharuhen. Ahmose avenged his fallen family members, liberated his people, and unified Egypt once more. He ushered in a second golden age. The new kingdom was born. Rather than constructing massive pyramids, new kingdom pharaohs would be laid to rest in rock tombs, cut directly into the earth. Miles of secret chambers, designed to confuse grave robbers. Their tombs were riddled with dead-end corridors and trapdoors, hiding precious artifacts and secret knowledge for 3,500 years. That is, until 1922 with the discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb. Inside, they found thousands of treasures, including his coffin made of solid gold and Tutankhamun's own death mask, the most famous artifact on the planet, undoubtedly worth billions of dollars. It was in the New Kingdom that the Ebers Papyrus was written, one of the world's oldest surviving medical books. Thousands of years ahead of their time, the papyrus recognized mental conditions such as depression, anxiety, and dementia in the same manner as physical medical conditions, encouraging doctors to help rather than simply punishing or blaming the gods. Egypt had risen to the height of its civilization. In Greece, a similar unification was taking place. A fierce warrior civilization ruled the Isles, the Mycenaeans. Like the Minoans, their society centered around great palaces, vast and impenetrable fortresses sprinkled throughout Greece. Unlike the Minoans, the Mycenaeans were conquerors. In 1600 BCE, they took their first steps toward expansion. Within 200 years, they controlled all of Greece. The Mycenaeans were no expert merchants, however. Instead, their society was built around military, hierarchy, and conquering lands. Their soldiers were the first in Europe to wear full body armor, the Dendra Panoply from the 1400s BC. This set covered the entire body with bronze plates. Less soldiers would die, leaving more to defend their new kingdoms. They buried their most accomplished kings with gold death masks, the most famous being the Mask of Agamemnon, discovered in 1876. For 500 years, the Mycenaeans raised havoc and reigned supreme in the Greek Isles. By the turn of the millennium, however, their days were numbered by a mysterious collapse. Their kingdoms and conquest would inspire future Greek stories and legends that fascinate the entire world to this day. Under the Mycenaeans, the world-renowned 12 gods of Olympus began to emerge, mythical figures guiding every aspect of Greek life. Tales of the Greek gods are riddled with jealousy, betrayal, and intrigue. Today, we read these tales as epic stories, but for the ancient Greeks, this was their religion, beliefs that shaped their entire lives and civilization. For example, before setting sail, sailors would pray to Poseidon, believing it was him who controlled the storms and the seas. Even before a battle, the Greek armies would sacrifice their livestock, hoping the gods Ares and Athena would grant them military victory in return. These gods held such a major part in Greek society that grand construction projects were built in dedication to them. The Temple of Zeus in Olympia would house one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, the statue of Zeus. Made of gold and ivory, the statue stood 13 meters high and took 13 years to complete, and would stand tall for the next 1,000 years. The most famous, though, was the Parthenon, built for the goddess Athena. Constructed almost 2,500 years ago entirely from marble, it remains one of the greatest architectural achievements of the ancient world. No matter where you go in Athens today, you can see the architectural wonder as it sits upon the Athenian Acropolis Hill, overlooking the entire city. The subcontinent of India had seen the unique Indus Valley civilization flourish from the year 3300 BC. A collection of cities along the Indus River, these peoples had mastered water infrastructure and sewage systems that would not be matched elsewhere in the world for another 1,000 years. In their largest city, Mohenjo-Daro, they created the world's first advanced toilets, built with a seat and a chute that led to the underground drainage system. But with the collapse of the Indus Valley civilization, a dark age reigned on the Indian subcontinent. In 1500 BC, a new light emerged, the Veda, a series of religious texts whose worship was believed to maintain harmony between humans and the universe. The Vedic peoples migrated to India from Iran in 1500 BC. They conquered swiftly. They were fearsome warriors. The Vedics reigned supreme on the subcontinent. Vedic religious practice would form the basis of Hinduism, and Vedic teachings gave India its caste system, the social pyramid of India. At the top, representing the head, were the priestly class responsible for studying, understanding, and educating on religious texts. Below them, representing the hands and arms, were mainly warriors, but also included kings, nobles, and even administrators. For the thighs, we have the landowning farmers, merchants, and businessmen. And finally, at the feet of the caste system were laborers and peasants. Their job was to serve the other 3 classes. This caste system would endure for over 3,000 years. Over centuries, the Hittite peoples built one of the most powerful empires in the Bronze Age. Founded in central Turkey in 1700 BC, the Hittite kingdom expanded aggressively. At their peak, they reached the Black Sea in the north and Syria in the south. They mastered archery on the back of horse chariots, becoming one of the strongest militaries of their time. Their chief deity, Teshub, was the god of storms and epitomizes their explosive, vengeful military lifestyle. They were so powerful that royals from the Hittite kingdom would even marry Egyptian queens and pharaohs, using marriage as an international political tool. Peaceful coexistence between these 2 ancient superpowers was not to be, however. The 2 would face off in the most well-documented battle in ancient history. The battle took place in May of 1274 BC, with Ramses the Great leading his troops to seize the Hittite city of Kadesh. On the side of the Egyptians, 20,000 troops. For the Hittites, 50,000 troops. Over 15,000 total charioteers were present, and to this day, it is the largest battle involving chariots ever fought. The Hittites smashed into the stunned Egyptian infantry, entirely routing their forces and even reaching the Egyptian camp. The Egyptian troops rallied and launched a counterattack. The Hittites were driven back into the river, where many drowned. Unable to carry out a long siege, Ramses returned to Egypt. He claimed absolute victory, stating that he had never intended to take Kadesh and that the battle was a personal triumph. The Hittite king also claimed victory in the battle, stating that he had turned away Ramses' approach. In reality, neither of these superpowers could defeat the other outright. Soon, this stalemate would be codified, the Treaty of Kadesh. It promised everlasting peace and brotherhood between the two kingdoms. It is the only surviving peace treaty from the ancient world and the birth of international law. Yet within a century, both kingdoms would face a catastrophe far greater than war, one that would consume the entire ancient world. In 1110 BC, a perfect storm was brewing. Crippling drought in the Middle East and Egypt. A massive eruption bringing years of volcanic winter throughout the Mediterranean. Food shortages were rampant, and people all over were growing desperate. Soon it came, the downfall of civilization, the Sea Peoples. Fearsome tribal warriors from lands shrouded in mystery still unknown to this day, traveling the seas on fast, versatile ships. What began as coastal raids quickly became full-scale invasion. In 1180 BC, the Hittite Empire collapsed entirely. 5 years later, the Mycenaean and Mitanni kingdoms followed, plunging Greece into a centuries-long dark age. The Egyptians were the only civilization in the ancient world able to defend themselves from the Sea Peoples and managed to survive the environmental disasters of the 1100s. It was what felt like the end of the world. With almost all of the Bronze Age civilizations completely destroyed, the start of a new era dawned upon humanity, the Iron Age. Peoples across the world began melting ordinary rocks in blazing furnaces. The result was iron. Tools and weapons that were once jagged and fragile were now sharper and tougher. With this new innovation, civilizations would soon be built greater than ever before. For centuries, the Zhou tribe lived under the yoke of their militaristic Shang overlords. In 1050 BC, however, the Shang king went too far. After the leader of the Zhou tribe successfully conquered a massive stretch of territory on behalf of the king, he and his family were invited to the capital on the pretense of reward. When they arrived, they were immediately arrested. The tribe leader was sentenced to death. His children managed to escape imprisonment and fled to their home. Determined to avenge their father's betrayal, they marched on the Shang with 45,000 men. The king met them with 170,000. At the Battle of Muya in 1046 BC, the outnumbered Zhou forces crushed the Shang army. The Shang king, seeing he was ruined, committed suicide by burning himself alive. Thus began Zhou's 700-year reign in China, which would see the most fundamental aspects of Chinese culture fall into place. The Zhou introduced a feudal system, with the emperor giving power to nobles to rule local lands. Governing a vast empire was now easier for the Chinese emperor, but over time, those same nobles became powerful enough to challenge the king himself. In came one of history's most powerful political ideas, the Mandate of Heaven. For the first time, an emperor's right to govern was no longer seen as absolute. It depended on justice, wisdom, and the will of heaven itself. In simple terms, a cruel or corrupt king would lose his throne. For the next 2,000 years, the Mandate of Heaven would decide who ruled China and who didn't. The Zhou would enter the Iron Age, and were soon able to mass-produce iron in unbelievable quantities. The Iron Jian, a remarkable double-edged sword, would be crafted for the most elite Zhou soldiers. Then came the Zhou's greatest military innovation, the crossbow. Instead of drawing and releasing the bowstring by hand, this bow's act of firing was like a modern-day gun. Aim, then simply squeeze a trigger. But the Chinese didn't just change their hierarchy and weaponry, a new philosophical idea emerged, known by the entire world to this day, the yin and yang, representing complementary and interdependent forces in nature, such as light and dark, hot and cold, or most notably, good and bad. This philosophy teaches that by balancing these opposing forces, individuals can achieve harmony and fulfillment. Meanwhile, in Mesoamerica, an empire reached its peak in 900 BC. Emerging from southern Mexico in 1800 BC, the Olmecs spread rapidly, constructing massive cities with complex sewage systems. They gave the Western Hemisphere its first writing system, and invented the concept of the number 0 for the first time in recorded history. The Olmecs are best known for their colossal heads. Standing more than 3 meters tall and weighing over 50 tons, each of these massive heads is unique. Each is carved from a single block of volcanic basalt, which had to be dragged across Mexico for months on end by teams as large as 1,500 people. Immense Olmec efforts are epitomized in the Great Pyramid of La Venta, where over 1,000 tons of decorative stone are offered in sacrifice. In the 4th century BC, they simply vanished from the historical record, remaining a mystery to this day. The Mediterranean world had become ever more globalized. By 800 BCE, there were trade routes all the way from Syria to Spain. At the heart of this vast network, the Phoenicians. Perhaps the most advanced merchant civilization in human history, the Phoenician city-states pioneered mass production of goods. For their trade, they became master shipbuilders, revolutionizing the cargo ship. Such a ship could carry up to 250 tons of cargo. This is because they were the first to invent the keel, a long wooden beam running along the bottom of the ship. Its genius engineering allowed sailors to navigate rough seas with greater stability and control. And their greatest achievement, they transformed writing forever by creating history's first practical alphabet, a simple system of just 22 symbols. Human writing no longer consisted of only complicated hieroglyphs. It was this Phoenician alphabet that, over thousands of years, gradually transformed into the writing systems we use today. Surprisingly, the Phoenicians did not build extravagant palaces, and instead reinvested their maritime profits into setting up trading posts and colonies throughout the Mediterranean. One Phoenician colony would go on to form a massive empire of their own, Carthage. According to legend, Carthage was founded by the Phoenician princess Dido. When she discovered that her brother, the tyrannical king Pygmalion, had murdered her husband, Dido founded a new home for herself. In 814 CE, Carthage was born. Under the temperate leadership of its founding queen, the new city prospered. Its legendary circular harbor, a technological wonder, held its ever-expanding navy, which dominated all others in the Mediterranean Sea. While the other Phoenician city-states dwindled in influence throughout the first millennium BC, Carthage expanded. Soon, they had seized territory in Spain, Sicily, and along the entire North African coast. Carthage had developed an identity entirely its own, the capital of the Punic Empire, dominant power of the Mediterranean world. Shortly after founding the city, Queen Dido fell in love with the wandering Trojan hero Aeneas. The two were to be married, when at the last minute, Aeneas received a message from Jupiter that he must depart in secret, and the man sadly obeyed. Dido, heartbroken, cast herself on a funeral pyre, setting fire to herself in rageful disgrace. As the queen went up in flames, she used her last breath to curse Aeneas, who sailed west towards his destiny. He finally landed on the Italian peninsula. Here, his descendants will go on to found a new kingdom. Their names were Romulus and Remus. In 753 BC, ground was broken on a city that would soon be the center of the world. Its founders, the brothers Romulus and Remus. It is said that the two were abandoned at birth, left to float down the Tiber River. Death would no doubt have taken the infants, had a she-wolf not rescued and nursed them back to health, keeping them alive long enough to be discovered by a nearby shepherd who took the boys in as his own. When the boys came of age, they decided to found a new city here on the banks of the Tiber River. But the new city could only have one ruler. Once the two boys finished building the city wall, Romulus slew his brother in cold blood. Rome had its first king. Romulus founded a line of 7 legendary kings, each more ruthless than the last. The Roman kings would see their city become the most powerful on the Italian peninsula, conquering its neighbors in lightning succession. The birth of Rome marks the end of the Iron Age, the beginning of a new period known as Classical Antiquity. It will see the Western world transformed. Reason will take the place of superstition. Law will replace anarchy. For now, Rome is a minor player in the storied Mediterranean world. In time, it will change everything. In ancient Mesopotamia, standing on the banks of the Tigris River, a wayward young nobleman suddenly had a revelation. In a flash, the truth was revealed, and he understood the nature of the entire universe in a way that contradicted all established religion. Before Jesus or Muhammad, a new prophet was born, Zoroaster. Zoroastrianism states that life is a constant battle between good and evil. Each individual has complete free will and must commit to live their life according to good. By following the tenets of Zoroastrianism, such a life can be achieved. Zoroaster's texts spread like wildfire. Within a century, it was the dominant religion in Mesopotamia. Fire temples, where the chief deity Ahura Mazda was worshipped, became commonplace even in small towns. Practices such as the use of flames were so sacred that even today in modern-day Iran stands the Zoroastrian fire temple of Yazd, which holds a flame which has been burning since 470 AD. Zoroaster would go on to educate legendary Greek thinkers like Pythagoras, and is regarded by many as the world's first ethics philosopher. From the religious to the secular, Zoroaster remains one of the most influential thinkers in all of human history. From 1000 to 700 BC, the Assyrian people conquered the entire Near East. At its height, their massive empire stretched from the Mediterranean to the Persian Gulf, from Anatolia down to the Egyptian border, ruled from the ancient capital of Nineveh. Nineveh would become a city of ancient knowledge, with one of the first libraries in the world to preserve the literature, science, and stories of an entire civilization. Over 30,000 clay tablets from their library have been recovered and translated, giving us a detailed insight into the world of ancient Mesopotamia. It turns out women were given near equal status with men. They could own property, run businesses, and appear in legal documents. And racial discrimination was almost entirely absent, an extremely rare notion at the time. Their culture did not have clear definitions of race or ethnicity. Foreigners in Assyrian art have the same physical features as Assyrians and are distinguished only by their clothing. By 689 BC, they had displaced the Kushites and expanded into Egypt. By this point, however, the Assyrian Empire was bloated, overextended. Their policy of rule by terror created mass discontent. As soon as they went to put down one revolt, another would emerge. By 600 BC, the empire had collapsed, and the power that once dominated the Near East was erased. A legendary civilization was just taking its first steps in Greece. 3 dominant city-states emerged from its centuries-long dark age. First, there was Thebes, the cultural hub of Greece. Home to such mythological figures as Hercules, Oedipus Rex, and the legendary Sphinx, it was a beacon of the arts. Then Athens, the birthplace of Western civilization. Legendary philosophers like Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle produced works that would shape society for millennia. And finally, Sparta, a fierce military dictatorship. At age 7, Spartan boys were taken from their mothers and became soldiers. Their training was brutal and were considered by the ancient world as the epitome of military discipline, strength, and fearlessness. The Greek philosopher Plutarch even wrote that newborns were presented to a council of elders for inspection. The babies who were strong and fit survived, while babies who were weak were left outside to die. The Greek city-states were fundamentally different, yet always maintained strong cultural ties. Each year, they came together at the Pan-Hellenic Games in Olympia, a tradition maintained to this day, now known as the Olympics. However, the rivalry between Athens and Sparta ran deep. The two societies were simply opposites. Sparta purposely neglected the arts. They were unthinking warriors. If a Spartan child was caught stealing food, he would be beaten severely, not for the act of stealing, but for being careless enough to get caught. In Athens, the arts and a refined education were crucial. The Athenians tried something new and gave mankind the most important political system in its history. It was the revolutionary statesman Cleisthenes that brought democracy to Athens, and eventually the world. In 510 BC, by rallying the full might of the Athenian middle class, Cleisthenes overthrew the tyrant Hippias in a violent upheaval. In the chaos, the king of Sparta sent an army to seize control of a weakened Athens, but Cleisthenes and his populist forces valiantly held them off. They would determine their own fate. Solidifying power, Cleisthenes immediately decreed that all Athenian citizens would enjoy equal rights and an equal vote. His reforms were just getting started. At the Athenian assembly, thousands of citizens gathered at least once a month to pass new laws. Any citizen could speak before the assembly, and voting was done by simple hand-raising. One of the strangest and most effective aspects of Athenian democracy was the practice of ostracism. If 6,000 citizens voted for it, any Athenian citizen could be exiled for 10 years just like that. 15 known ostracisms would take place over the next century. In a bitter irony, the first victim of Cleisthenes' system of ostracism was Cleisthenes himself. The people made full use of the democracy they'd been given and exiled the powerful revolutionary. With the violent death of the Assyrian Empire, all of Mesopotamia was suddenly up for grabs. Rising up to fill the power vacuum, a state that had laid dormant for 1,000 years had re-emerged: Babylon. Casting off the Assyrian yoke in 612 BC, the Babylonians quickly conquered Mesopotamia from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean. Within the walls of their magnificent Ishtar Gate, Babylon became the scientific capital of the ancient world. It was the Babylonians who perfected the base 60 number system, and its legacy is still with us today. 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, and 360 degrees in a circle. The Neo-Babylonian Empire had become the dominant force in all the Near East. To commemorate the renaissance of their 2,000-year-old culture, the Babylonians built monumental structures of unrivaled beauty. The legendary Hanging Gardens of Babylon, a wonder of the ancient world. This massive tiered complex, 400 feet on each side, housed rare plant and animal species from the furthest reaches of the known world, astonishing outsiders. While the garden no longer exists today, parts of the ancient city of Babylon were reconstructed during the 1980s and 90s, giving us a glimpse into what the Neo-Babylonian Empire once was. In 550 BC, it was the most powerful empire on Earth. Siddhartha, a spoiled young prince, spent his entire youth in isolated luxury. Within the walls of his family's palace, he could have anything he ever desired. Gold, jewels, all of life's material pleasures. One day, when Siddhartha was 29 years old, he decided to leave the palace. The first thing he saw was an old man dying miserably on the side of the road. Try as he might, Siddhartha could not help the old man. Siddhartha realized in a flash the horrors of life from which he had always been sheltered. Life was not luxury, it was suffering and death. The young prince immediately left behind his palace, his family, and his wealth, and never looked back. He couldn't save the old man, but perhaps he could save the rest of humanity. Siddhartha made it his life's purpose to find an escape from the horrible suffering that is life. For 6 years, he roamed the land trying various religious practices, but nothing satisfied him. One day, he decided to abandon all these established practices. He simply sat himself down beneath a fig tree and meditated. It soon came to him the solution to human suffering: enlightenment. From that moment on, Siddhartha became known as the Enlightened One, the Buddha. He traveled around India preaching the path to enlightenment, Buddhism, a lifelong process of cultivating inner peace. Beyond the ego, beyond life and death, lies Buddhist enlightenment, nirvana, the end of all suffering. The main tenet spread would encourage positive and honest relations with human beings and the world around them. Karma would be a fundamental concept. The Buddha spent the rest of his life traveling and spreading his teachings, fulfilling his life's purpose. To this day, Buddhism is one of the world's largest religions, with over 500 million practitioners globally, making it the fourth largest religion after Christianity, Islam, and Hinduism. In Carthage, one of humanity's first great explorers was making his mark in the 5th century BC. Hanno the Navigator, an ambitious young aristocrat, launched an expedition to test the limits of the known world. Embarking beyond the Pillars of Hercules to the infinite outer sea, he and his intrepid crew traveled 3,000 miles in the rugged Atlantic. Turning south, they charted the massive west coast of Africa, reaching all the way down to Gabon. Along the way, Hanno encountered dozens of indigenous peoples, some friendly, some violent. Not to be outdone, the Greeks launched an expedition of their own in 325 BC. It would put all others to shame. Led by the famed explorer Pytheas of Massalia, the crew quickly reached the rugged wilds of northern Europe. They comprehensively mapped the British Isles and encountered the fearsome indigenous Brits, giving history its first account of their strange culture. The first ever written reference to Scotland comes from Pytheas's travelogue. Concluding his study of the Isles, Pytheas did not return home, nor did he travel east. Against all logic, he headed north into the vast, frigid North Atlantic. Traveling hundreds of miles beyond all signs of land, Pytheas reached the place where the sun goes to rest, the Arctic Circle. Here, he encountered a frozen ocean shrouded in fog, where the sun never set. Land, sea, and air blended into a strange miasma, what Pytheas called the marine lung. Completely unnavigable by ship, sled, or foot, the man had discovered the ultimate limit of the world. Meanwhile, in ancient Iran, one of history's greatest conquerors was born around 600 BC, Cyrus the Great. At Cyrus's birth, the local king received a prophecy. The child would one day unleash a great flood upon his empire and seize all that was once his. The emperor immediately ordered the infant Cyrus to be killed, but a shepherd took pity on the boy and raised Cyrus as his own. When Cyrus's birth father died, the truth was revealed. Cyrus was the rightful heir to the kingdom. But, fearing the prophecy from Cyrus's birth, the local king ordered him to step down. Cyrus refused to kneel. Rallying the forces of his small kingdom, he staged a daring revolt in 553 BC. To the shock of the ancient world, he succeeded. Like that, Cyrus seized an entire empire. He was just getting started. First, he conquered the west, reaching all the way to Greece. Then he turned east, expanding his empire to the frontiers of India. In 539 BC, he set his sights on Babylon. Within a year, the entire Neo-Babylonian Empire was his. In 15 years, Cyrus had gone from the prince of a subservient kingdom to the ruler of the largest empire in human history. He was not just a ruler of the Medes or the Babylonians, he had created a new entity, the Persian Empire. Cyrus was not a ruthless conqueror, he was a compassionate leader. He provided all of his foes a peaceful diplomatic option before resorting to force. Even by those he conquered, he was remembered as the Father. He created the Cyrus Cylinder in 539 BC, which is widely regarded as the world's first charter of human rights. These written laws ensured conquered peoples would keep their religions and customs instead of forcing Persian culture, and allowed displaced peoples to return to their homelands after war. Just 10 years later, it is said that Cyrus was killed in battle by a savage tribe led by Tomiris, a Scythian queen. The great emperor's funerary monument is a humble limestone tomb holding his remains. 2,500 years later, it is still standing in modern-day Iran. After Cyrus's death, the Persian Empire would live on. The new leaders pursued a course of vigorous expansion. By 515 BC, under a man named Darius I, the Persian Empire now included Libya, Egypt, and much of India. To commemorate the empire's great heights, a new city was built, the heart of Persian royal power, Persepolis. Created to house a series of grand palaces and monumental works, over 33 acres of land were leveled to create Persepolis. The ultimate symbol of imperial prestige, its walls are covered with inscriptions of guests bringing tribute from all over the world. And perhaps their greatest achievement, the Immortals, the Empire's most elite soldiers. Exactly 10,000 men. Whenever one died, another immediately replaced him. They used scale armor instead of using heavier bronze armor. They wanted to be light on their feet in battle. With this flexibility, their army had some of the greatest archers and horsemen soldiers the world had ever seen. In the later years of Darius's reign, he turned his attention to the western frontier. Two stubborn little city-states refused to bend the knee and submit to his rule. The city-states in question, Athens and Sparta. Now came the most famous conflict in history, Persia versus Greece. When Darius the Great sent ambassadors to Athens and Sparta demanding submission, the response left nothing up to interpretation. The messengers were immediately put to death. The very next year, in 490 BC, the massive Persian fleet arrived, carrying over 100,000 troops, enough to level all of Greece. They landed at the city of Marathon, 42 kilometers from Athens. To their surprise, the Athenian army of 10,000 men met them in Marathon, meaning Athens was left completely unguarded. The Persians loaded back onto their ships to head straight for the empty city of Athens. But the Athenians did the unthinkable. Outnumbered 10-1, they attacked in Marathon instead. The Persians were caught completely off guard. They lost 6,200 troops, while Athens only lost 192. More importantly, the Battle of Marathon proved that the Persians could be beaten. The remaining Persian forces made it to their ships and departed for Athens. In a feat of legendary endurance, one Greek messenger sprinted 40 kilometers from Marathon to Athens without stopping, racing the Persian fleet. He burst into the Athenian assembly, exclaimed, "We have won!" then died on the spot. The run later gave birth to the Olympic marathon, being 42 kilometers in distance, the exact distance the Athenian army had to march back home. The Athenian army made it to Athens in time, and when the Persians arrived, they were turned away. Morale in tatters, they retreated, but the war was far from over. In 480 BC, the Persians returned, determined to reduce Greece to rubble. At the narrow pass of Thermopylae, they were confronted by the Spartan king Leonidas I and his elite personal bodyguards. The Persian forces numbered 300,000, the Spartans only 300. In history's most legendary last stand, the Spartans defended their home against the Persian onslaught for 2 full days, killing 20,000 Persian troops. Fighting to the very last man, the Spartans were finally overrun, having bought enough time for Athens to be evacuated. The Persians proceeded to destroy the abandoned city of Athens, and then chased the Athenian army to Salamis by sea. But this was just as the Greeks had planned. In one of history's most daring ambushes, the Athenian ships lay waiting in the Battle of Salamis, launching a naval attack despite being massively outnumbered. The Persian fleet was decimated. Their troops were now trapped, unable to retreat and regroup. At the Battle of Plataea, the Greeks delivered the killing blow. Decimating the hopeless Persian forces, the Greeks lost 5,000 men and killed over 50,000. The Persian army, entirely crushed, scattered to the wind. The message was clear: fighting to defend their home soil, the Greeks would never be conquered. A third invasion never came. Mesoamerica was taking a similar path, one of blood. In 500 BC, the Zapotec people rose to power in Mexico. Quickly, they developed a unique artistic theme which set them apart from any of their predecessors. The Zapotec were obsessed with death. At the top of society were divine kings who projected their power by immortalizing tortured and slain enemies into stone. One set of Zapotec carvings depicts hundreds of enemy chiefs being tortured and killed in painful, warped postures. Outside of the arts, the Zapotec brought another bloody cultural touchstone to Mesoamerica: human sacrifice. Human sacrifice was more than punishment. It became a sacred ritual used to honor their gods, and so it never stopped. This innovation would go on to define later cultures like the Aztecs and the Mayans. The Zapotec dominated Mexico for more than 1,000 years. When Zapotec civilization crashed, it did so without a trace. One day their urban centers were thriving, and the next they were abandoned. The cause is still not known. In 509 BC, the line of 7 legendary kings came to an end in Rome. Instead of a king, the Republic was headed by the all-powerful Senate, with 2 leaders in charge. The Republic's identity was anti-king, anti-dictator. For the Romans, nothing was as important to a man than his reputation as a soldier. Every military victory made Rome stronger, and every defeat taught it how to win the next war. They were exceptional conquerors for their time. By the end of the 3rd century BC, they had conquered all of central Italy. But in 280 BC, the Greeks landed on the Italian peninsula. The Greek general Pyrrhus was determined to defend the Greek cities of Magna Graecia. He brought a level of force the Romans had never seen. Massive contingents of hardened Greek hoplites and, more shockingly, war elephants. The Romans were defeated outright in back-to-back battles, but Pyrrhus suffered heavy losses and had to retreat. He famously stated, "Another such victory and I am undone," giving rise to the term Pyrrhic victory. For the next 2,300 years, this saying would be used to describe a win that came at such high costs, it feels more like a loss. Soon, the Romans adapted to this new challenge, developing techniques to deal with the rampaging war elephants. When Pyrrhus returned in 275 BC, he was stopped in his tracks at the Battle of Beneventum. He left and never returned. The Romans had repelled one of the Mediterranean world's greatest military powers. They were unchallenged on the Italian peninsula and began to look beyond. The world's most powerful empire was beginning to take form, but in the next few hundred years, it would have to overcome its greatest challenge yet: their opposing superpower of the ancient world, Carthage. Meanwhile, in Asia, the spring and autumn period of Chinese history, between 770 and 481 BC, saw some of mankind's greatest philosophers come to the fore. Feudalism dominated the empire, with the emperor reaping all the benefits of the peasants' hard labor. The people desperately needed guidance, and philosophers emerged to fill that gap. Soon, a war of ideas was raging. The three competing philosophies of Confucianism, Taoism, and legalism came to define an age. It began with Confucius, an impoverished commoner from the countryside. He created a philosophy centered on hard work and discipline. According to Confucianism, the important thing in life is to be loyal to your family, community, and king. It gave the serfs of China a sense of purpose, a reason to work the soil day in and day out without seeing any reward. Next came Taoism, the way of the universe, a counter-movement to Confucianism. Its founder, Lao Tzu, a reclusive man who withdrew from civilization to live a simple life in the mountains. Taoism teaches that we should question everything in life: family, government, and most importantly, work. His way of the universe is to live spontaneously, never forcing anything. After all, why should we toil away all our lives, making ourselves miserable while others profit? Among China's repressed peasant class, the idea spread like wildfire. The legitimacy of kingship was completely eroded, and Taoism's principle of the power of the weak became a rallying cry. Soon, the Zhou dynasty's authority over the empire was crumbling. The Zhou tribal leaders all across the kingdom refused to recognize a universal philosophy and raised their flags in open rebellion in 480 BC. By 475 BC, the authority of the Zhou dynasty had crumbled entirely, and independent states throughout the land fought bitterly for dominance. By 400 BC, just 7 states remained, deadlocked, unable to conquer each other. The Han in central China, hailing from the mountains, these fearsome tribal warriors were hardened by their barren, unforgiving environment. The Chu in the south. The Chu army was the largest of the 7, but was also bloated and corrupt, its soldiers soft. The Qin in the west. Isolated from the rest of the tribes by geographical barriers, the Qin were radical innovators. The political mastermind Xiangyang created a new political philosophy in the Qin state, legalism. The philosophy of legalism under the Qin would prove the most effective of the 3. Under legalism, all power was in the hands of the Qin ruler, with strict laws and harsh punishments for the civilians. All adult males were drafted into military service. The entire force of the state would be directed toward making war, and soon they began seeing results. In 300 BC, a massive annexation of Chu territory. In 255 BC, the Han are subjugated. By 225 BC, the Qin are an unstoppable force. The remaining states form a defensive alliance, but it is too late. By 221 BC, all of China has fallen to the Qin war machine. Qin Shi Huang was crowned the first emperor of China. Fresh from the chaos of a bloody civil war, China's first emperor went to extreme lengths to protect his rule. Feudalism was abolished, the map of the kingdom completely redrawn, and massive defenses built to prevent foreign conquest. The Great Wall of China. One of the 7 wonders of the world, its construction would continue for the next 2,000 years. Countless dynasties left their mark through battles fought and extending the Great Wall. To this day, it stretches 21,000 kilometers, and if laid end-to-end, it would wrap around Earth more than halfway. Emperor Qin constructed the legendary Terracotta Army. Thousands of clay soldiers, a symbol of his unrivaled power. Each of the soldiers have unique facial features, which suggest that the artisans who created the army modeled the faces after real people. For the mad tyrant, though, none of this was enough. In 230 BC, an assassination attempt nearly seized his life. While Qin was on the road, a massive boulder was pushed from a cliff overhead. It crashed into the cart directly in front of the emperor. What good was a secure rule if everything could be stripped away by a lone assassin? Qin began to search for a permanent solution: immortality. His court alchemists were dispatched throughout the land, searching for the elixir of life. Hundreds of failed experiments ensue. Men claiming to have discovered the elixir were buried alive, a test of their immortality. In 211 BC, a massive meteor crashed into the Yellow River. To Qin, it was a sign. The boulder that had so nearly crushed him all those years ago would strike again. His death was imminent. The emperor went into a panic and began testing hundreds of elixirs on himself, desperately fighting the looming specter of death. 1 year later, Emperor Qin Shi Huang was dead. The cause: ingestion of mercury, a failed elixir. In his quest for an elixir of life, the emperor found only cold mortality. The prophecy of his death fulfilled itself. In Arabia, a group of tribal nomads were building a civilization of immense wealth and complexity in the vast desert plains. By 300 BC, the shepherds had built a trade network in the Middle East of unrivaled wealth, covering the rich, untamed Arabian Peninsula. Using a series of fables and myths to encode their secret trade routes, they navigated the region in a way outsiders could never understand. Their vast wealth was eyed greedily by the Persians, the Greeks, and the expanding Romans. But the Nabateans nevertheless resisted domination by these powerful militaries for centuries. The Nabateans were not only clever merchants, they also constructed some of the most beautiful architecture known to man. Their ancient capital of Petra, also known as the Rose City, is one of the 7 wonders of the world. Advanced technological features were incorporated into their sandstone buildings, such as dams, cisterns, and water conduits. They have become known as the most unjustly forgotten people in mankind's history. For centuries, the great and historic city-states of Athens and Sparta dominated Greece. People like the Macedonians, fierce cavalrymen secluded in the Greek mountains, were nothing more than an afterthought. In the 4th century BC, however, Philip II, king of Macedonia, led his mountain warriors in a charge of fearless ambition. In 359 BC, he defeated the Athenians and stunned the Greek world. Philip then conquered Thrace and sent a warning to the Spartans. Philip rallied his forces, but before he could act, disaster struck. At his daughter's wedding, one of his own bodyguards turned on the great king and stabbed him to death as the wedding guests watched helplessly. Like that, the man who had built Macedonia into a major Greek power was dead. Power fell to his son, only 20 years old. The Macedonian people mourned. The death of their kingdom was in sight. Yet Philip's son was no ordinary 20-year-old. He had been educated by the legendary philosopher Aristotle and was believed by some to be the child of Zeus himself, Alexander of Macedonia. Before King Philip of Macedonia was killed, he said to his son, "You must find a kingdom big enough for your ambitions. Macedonia is too small for you." Alexander did just that. Quickly conquering the Balkans and razing Thebes to the ground in 335 BC, he set his focus on the Persian Empire. The young general made it look easy. By 333 BC, he had taken all of Asia Minor from the bloated Achaemenids and was pressing into the Middle East. Here, he was presented with the mythical Gordian knot, which could only be untied by the future king of Asia. In characteristic fashion, Alexander hacked it to pieces with a sword and continued his march. In 333 BC at Issus, he dealt Darius III such a crushing defeat that the entire Persian army nearly collapsed. Darius offered Alexander an incredibly generous peace deal, ceding all the territory he now occupied, plus a massive tribute. Alexander brushed Darius aside, replying that since he was now king of Asia, he would decide how territory should be divided. By 332 BC, he had taken Egypt, where they welcomed him as a liberator. In 331 BC, he once more crushed Darius's forces. Darius was captured and put to death. The entire Persian Empire belonged to Alexander of Macedonia. Looking yet further east, he marched his Greek forces into India, where they encountered fierce tribes that made use of war elephants. At the Bias River, having endured years of brutal campaigning, Alexander's troops refused to go an inch further. They returned home to manage the mind-boggling swath of territory they had conquered. In 5 years, Alexander had gone from the head of a minor Greek polity to the king of the known world, an empire 2 million square miles in size. Alexander died in the palace of Nebuchadnezzar II in Babylon. His sudden death would come from a fever in 323 BC. He was only 32 years old. Speculations would arise surrounding his death. Tales of poisoning emerged with a list of alleged perpetrators, including one of Alexander's wives, his generals, his illegitimate half-brother, or the royal cupbearer. On his deathbed, he was asked, "Who shall have the empire?" He replied, "To the strongest." The gigantic Macedonian Empire was divided among his top generals. Ptolemy I ruled in Egypt, establishing a long line of learned, scholarly pharaohs. The new capital of Alexandria became the world's main hub of philosophy, science, and technology. In Macedonia, the Antigonid dynasty struggled to retain control of restless Greek city-states. By 200 BC, they were colliding with an expanding Roman Republic and began to crumble. In the east, the general Seleucus was left with a vast Seleucid Empire, greatest of all the successor states. One of the most diverse domains in history, the Seleucids were Greeks, Persians, and many more. These disparate groups had been united under Alexander's magnetic influence. With his death, the empire quickly began to decline. It was India that struck first against the bloated Seleucid Empire. Chandragupta Maurya, a young peasant from the Indian countryside, had witnessed Alexander's invasion firsthand as a young man. In the wake of the great conqueror's death, a series of tyrannical Greek administrators were installed to rule India. Imitating the great Alexander, Maurya assembled a makeshift army of mercenaries, hunters, and bandits, and stormed the Greek administrative center. In 317 BC, his forces managed to seize the Greek governors and put them to the blade. The Indian people flocked to Maurya's banner. He began seizing neighboring provinces and soon had driven the Greeks all the way past the Indus River. Like Alexander, Mauryan had founded a vast new polity, the Mauryan Empire. All that remained was to conquer the rest of tribal India, a job left for Mauryan's son, one of the country's most successful and beloved rulers to this day, Ashoka the Great. In 260 BC, Ashoka launched a brutal war against the Kalinga peoples in eastern India. 100,000 were killed and another 150,000 taken prisoner. It was a turning point in the young emperor's life. Witnessing such unthinkable bloodshed, caused entirely by himself, forever changed Ashoka. In a moment of divine revelation, he renounced violence and became a devout Buddhist, refusing to harm even animals. The transformed emperor ruled India in peace and prosperity for another 40 years. The slave trade was abolished, massive public works constructed, and Buddhism flourished in the kingdom. Ashoka brought India into a golden age. On a small island in the Pacific Ocean, another complex, unique civilization was taking its first steps. For thousands of years, a tribal lifestyle of fishing, farming, and crafting flourished in Japan. However, in the 5th century BC, the powerful Zhou dynasty in China took an interest in the little island. The Chinese brought bronze weapons and armor, a powerful aristocracy, and the development of urban centers. Their biggest impact would be the introduction of rice farming to Japan. Rice would dominate the island. The more rice one could make, the more powerful they would become. And so, kings began to emerge. Japanese kingdoms were born. Just like India, Egypt was also revolutionized in the wake of Alexander's rapid ascent and death. His Greek general Ptolemy I, reigning in the new capital of Alexandria, turned Egypt into the world's premier hub of learning. The legendary Library of Alexandria was constructed, harboring 400,000 scrolls. It housed all the knowledge of the ancient world and attracted academics from all reaches. The famed Greek mathematician Archimedes lived in the library. He discovered the principle of buoyancy, designing the formula for keeping anything afloat on water. He was the inventor of the Archimedes screw, a device that uses a helical screw inside a cylinder to lift water from a lower level to a higher one. Eratosthenes also lived in the library. He managed to calculate the Earth's circumference with a staggering 99% accuracy in 190 BC. The city also housed the world's first man-made harbor, where another technological marvel stood, the Pharos, the lighthouse of Alexandria. A wonder of the ancient world, and for centuries the tallest man-made structure, this massive flaming beacon stunned visitors. Under its watchful gaze, Alexandria quickly became a bustling merchant port. By 200 BC, it was the largest city in the world. For centuries, the Ptolemies thrived in Egypt. Eventually, though, forces of the unstoppable Roman Republic will reach its borders, and the Ptolemies will be powerless to resist. A rainforest so large it spans across 9 different countries. The Amazon. Beneath the trees is a world of its own, home to over 10 million species. Even to this day, humans cannot tame the land. It's a place so wild, so relentless, that the natural order remains perfectly intact. Survival is the law, and every living being must fight for its place. The humans that were born in this chaotic paradise were like no other. The unforgiving nature would force the humans to adapt. They had larger feet, helping them navigate through the terrain of the rainforest. They had enhanced vision, especially in low-light conditions. This improved awareness was crucial for hunting and navigating the forest at dawn or dusk. The earliest Amazonian peoples resided in the Upano Valley in Ecuador beginning in 500 BC. Here, they constructed houses on massive platforms, elevating them from the jungle floor. These raised platforms could be as large as 60,000 square feet, holding countless homes among the lush vegetation. Amazonian cities, collections of these platform neighborhoods, housed as many as 100,000 people at their peak. European explorers found countless wonders in the Amazon. One such city was said to be ruled by a king so wealthy that each morning he would cover himself from head to toe in gold dust. The city was named after its legendary king, the Golden One, El Dorado. Back on the Italian peninsula, the Romans still reigned supreme. In 264 BC, however, they faced the full might of a global superpower for the first time, Carthage. The Carthaginians had long held territory in Sicily, which was becoming intolerable to the expanding Romans. The First Punic War was long and contentious, but eventually ended in a decisive Roman victory fighting in their homeland. Carthage withdrew, directing its efforts at colonizing Spain. It wasn't long before the two states were at each other's throats again. In 218 BC, the Romans ignited the Second Punic War. Led by Hannibal, one of history's greatest military tacticians, the Carthaginians crossed the Alps with North African war elephants and invaded the Italian peninsula. At the Battle of Lake Trasimene and the Battle of Cannae, he dealt Rome two of its most crushing defeats of all time. The Carthaginians lost about 10,000 men, the Romans 100,000. Just when Rome was within his reach, Hannibal did the unthinkable: he retreated. Returning to Carthage to defend from a Roman counterattack, in an instant he threw away a clear chance at victory. It is perhaps the greatest strategic mistake in history. The Romans quickly seized the momentum, prepared a massive invasion force, and defeated Hannibal in Carthage in 202 BC. The Carthaginians were stripped of all overseas territories and reduced to nothing more than a tiny kingdom in North Africa. In 149 BC, the Romans finished the job. They launched the Third Punic War for no other reason than to wipe Carthage off the map. As the Roman ships came into sight, there could have been no doubt that the time had come. The Romans tore down the walls and conducted a slaughter of unforeseen brutality. 750,000 Carthaginian citizens were killed, 50,000 enslaved. When the city had burned, the Romans famously salted the earth, ensuring crops would never again grow on Carthaginian soil. Carthage was no more. Rome controlled Italy, Greece, and much of Spain, though they were far from satisfied. Back in Europe, the Roman legions continued to conquer. In 86 BC, they reached Athens. For centuries, Athens had been the cultural center of the ancient world. Now, it was just another Roman client state. The Roman general Pompey would campaign to lands never before seen by the Romans. Pompey would reach Judea in 63 BC, and it was him who brought Roman dominance to the region. Having just conquered the kingdom of Pontus and what remained of the Seleucid Empire, Pompey was quickly becoming known as the conqueror of Asia. In 63 BC, the kingdom of Judea was made a Roman province. The kingdom of Galilee was conquered in the same year. Within these lands lay the Jewish people, an ancient civilization whose belief in a single God set them apart from almost every other people of their time. Though now under Roman rule, they fiercely preserved their identity, laws, and traditions. Another Roman general, Julius Caesar, would conquer in the opposite direction. battling fierce tribes across modern-day France, Germany, and Britain. These tribal peoples were formidable enemies, skilled, fearless warriors, often fighting completely naked. After almost 10 years of fighting, Julius Caesar had emerged victorious, expanding Rome's borders farther than ever before. Seeking absolute power, Caesar and his army then marched on Rome itself, battling his rival Pompey in a bloody civil war. Defeated, Pompey's great Roman territories were no longer his own. Rome now belonged entirely to Julius Caesar. The Republic with 2 ruling consuls was no more, and the Romans hailed Caesar as their dictator. But Rome itself was facing a growing food crisis, its grain supplies dwindling, the people starving. Julius Caesar would visit Egypt and meet with the Egyptian pharaoh Cleopatra. Mesmerized by her charm and intelligence, the two become lovers. Their relationship brought together 2 of the ancient world's greatest civilizations. With the grain of Egypt flowing into the city, Rome's food crisis was over. While the people rejoiced, the Senate were not ready to give up on the Republic, fearing Caesar will cement dictatorship in Rome. In 44 BC, during a Senate meeting, the Roman senators rose from their seat with daggers and surrounded Caesar. 60 conspirators had agreed to each stab the dictator once, all implicating themselves in the murder and restoration of the Roman Republic. In the end, Caesar was stabbed just 23 times. To the Senate, the Republic was saved. But their efforts were no match for Octavian, Caesar's adopted son. He himself would destroy the Republic and even defeat Cleopatra, taking Rome and Egypt for himself. The last pharaoh of Egypt was dead, and the first emperor of Rome crowned. Octavian adopted the imperial name Augustus in 27 BC. The Republic was officially over. The Roman Empire was born. Augustus was the first and yet perhaps the greatest Roman emperor. Until the empire's death, its leaders would adopt the title Augustus in honor of the man who had started it all. They would go on to construct the ultimate monument to the Roman military spirit, the Colosseum. The massive amphitheater housed performances of unimaginable splendor. The most famous attraction, gladiators. Slaves, prisoners, and daring Roman athletes were thrust into combat, either with each other or fearsome beasts from across the globe, while bloodthirsty Roman crowds cheered them on. A golden age had dawned over the new empire. "27 years after Augustus was crowned emperor, a child of unrivaled significance would be born in the Roman province of Galilee. At the time, Augustus had resolved to conduct an empire-wide census. The boy's expectant parents had to travel all the way to Bethlehem to register with Roman officials. The city was so crowded, they were forced to take shelter in a barn. That night, the mother could wait no longer. Jesus of Nazareth was born. The boy, raised a humble carpenter in a Jewish household, would soon become the most important philosopher and religious figure the world has ever known. In 30 AD, the young man traveled to Judea to preach radical love, tolerance, and ultimate salvation. He welcomed those labeled as sinners to his flock, believing in universal forgiveness. As the years of Jesus went on, stories about him grew. More and more followers began to worship Jesus as their Messiah. They claim that he can catch an endless amount of fish. They claim that he can cure the blind. And they claim that he was the Son of God. Disciples like Matthew, Mark, and Luke committed their lives to spreading his message. Soon, the young man was being hailed as the King of the Jews. Although many admired Jesus, some saw him as a danger. Those considered a threat to Rome were often subjected to treason trials, which commonly led to executions or forced suicides. Pontius Pilate, the prefect of Judea at the time, was no stranger to severe punishments for those found guilty. The Jewish authorities argued that anyone claiming to be king of the Jews posed a threat to the emperor and Roman rule. However, despite finding no clear crime deserving death, Pontius Pilate gave in to pressure and ultimately chose to execute Jesus by crucifixion. Beaten and humiliated, Jesus walked towards the moment that would change history forever. As Jesus was crucified on the cross, a new religion was born: Christianity. On the land we know today as the United Kingdom, there thrived the Britons, masterful seafarers and fearsome warriors. Their society was simple. Divided into tribes, they farmed, fished, and made war. By 60 AD, however, half the island was under Roman control. They established a Roman city called Londinium along the River Thames. The Britons were losing their home. The time had come to act. Boudica was a Briton warrior queen. When her father died in 61 AD, the kingdom she was set to inherit was annexed by the Romans. The queen was publicly flogged and her children tortured. Yet her spirit was unbroken. Boudica led a massive revolt against the Romans, uniting the tribes of the north against their invaders. Dealing the Romans defeat after defeat, her barbarian forces sacked Londinium, putting every Roman settler they could find to the sword, 80,000 in all. However, within a year, the Romans had regrouped, and the legendary Roman general Suetonius dealt Boudica a crushing defeat in the West Midlands. The queen, seeing that she could not change the fate of her home, committed suicide. Roman control was reasserted throughout Britain. Londinium was rebuilt and soon became a bustling metropolis. Today, we know it by a different name, London. It was the Romans who paved the roads that still exist within the now modern city. In Peru, some of history's greatest craftsmen came to power, the Moche. They rose to prominence in 100 AD, and although they lived in one of the driest areas in the entire world, a plain that receives no rainfall throughout the year, the Moche were undeterred. They were able to build impressive pyramids like the Huaca del Sol and Huaca de la Luna, monumental structures that were the center of their religions. Their ceramics depict detailed scenes of war, religion, daily life, mythology, and even sexuality. Countless artifacts depict intimate and sexual acts, making Moche art one of the most openly erotic bodies of work in South America. In 600 AD, the Moche were ravaged by environmental disasters, and their civilization collapsed. Their ability to craft a thriving society in one of the world's harshest environments remains a testament to human ingenuity. To the south of the Moche, a much more bizarre civilization was developing, the Nazca. The crowning achievement of the Nazca was their drawings, the Nazca Lines. For reasons unknown, the Nazca constructed massive drawings in the desert soil, stretching many miles in length. These massive pictures, depicting monkeys, birds, or children, can only be seen fully from the air. The Nazca could have no way of seeing their own creations unless they had some means of flying. The mysterious Nazca Lines survive to this day, 2,000 years after their construction. Mexico would soon witness the peak of ancient civilization, the city of Teotihuacan. Founded in 100 AD, Teotihuacan boomed to an incredible 250,000 residents by the year 300. The great city was built in an orderly grid pattern, capped at the north and south ends by the legendary Pyramid of the Moon and Pyramid of the Sun. One of the greatest works of ancient architecture in the Americas, the Pyramid of the Sun was built with an incredible 42 million cubic feet of stone. The streets of Teotihuacan are decorated with tens of thousands of murals, colorful and alive, unlike any city in history. The beautifully constructed temples hid away unthinkable savagery and brutality, human sacrifice. On August 24, 79 AD, Mount Vesuvius exploded in a violent eruption. The city of Pompeii and everyone within was consumed entirely. Pompeii's destruction had long been known, but when modern archaeologists began to examine the city, they made a horrifying discovery. The bodies of the volcano's victims were petrified in ash, preserved for thousands of years in the exact positions they held when they died. Lying, sitting, or praying, Pompeii offers thousands of final moments captured in an instant. In Jerusalem, the Jewish people faced repression, bloodshed, and strife. The people needed a leader, and in 132 AD, he arrived. Simon Bar Kokhba, a brilliant tactician, he rallied the people of Jerusalem to revolt against Roman oppression. In a violent uprising, they stormed the administrative center and put the Roman governor to death. An independent Jewish state was born, with Bar Kokhba as its king. The Roman Emperor Hadrian, outraged, sent forces to put the revolt down, but Bar Kokhba defeated them outright. He then led a massively successful counterattack and seized the entire Roman province of Judea. 2 entire Roman legions were destroyed. By 133 AD, Bar Kokhba's army had swelled to 400,000 strong. Hadrian personally rode to Judea at the head of 10 legions. The emperor laid siege to the city of Batar. The city fell, and Bar Kokhba was killed in the ensuing skirmish. Without its prophesied leader, the revolt fell to pieces. In the aftermath, the Romans wreaked bloody retribution on the inhabitants of Judea. Men, women, and children, none were spared. When the dust settled, 600,000 Jewish civilians were dead at the hands of the Romans. They renamed the region Syria-Palestina, ensuring every trace of the revolt and the Kingdom of Israel was wiped from the face of history. Meanwhile, in the land of China, the Han Dynasty was experiencing a renaissance. After overthrowing the Qin dynasty, they reigned over a unified China from 202 BC to 220 AD. They transformed society by replacing the harsh legalism rule with Confucianism values of order, ethics, and learning. This led to some of China's most remarkable scholarly achievements in its long history. The world's first calculator was invented. Known as the Chinese abacus, it allowed equations of staggering complexity to be solved, which led to the invention of linear algebra. When in the right hands, square root equations and complex long divisions were possible. Han scholars introduced the world to negative numbers and discovered the mathematical constant of pi. This was predicted to 8 decimal places, an accuracy which would only be matched in Europe 900 years later. Paper, as we know it today, was invented and used by the Han Dynasty, also 900 years before being matched in Europe. By 180 AD, Han scholars had invented air conditioning, the belt-driven sewing machine, and the water wheel. And, for the first time ever, these innovations wouldn't be isolated to the Chinese world. That's because the Han then initiated one of the most ambitious and important economic endeavors in human history, the Silk Road. Stretching from the South China Sea all the way to Rome, the massive trade network would connect the ancient world on a scale never before seen. China, a land so long shrouded in mystery, was suddenly accessible. Not just rare and exotic goods, but ideas and discoveries. But all good things must come to an end. In 184 AD, over 2 million peasants all throughout China rose up in an armed rebellion against the Han. Whilst they weren't victorious, they exposed China, and soon regional warlords decided to strike. The next 100 years saw a brutal civil war between many factions. In 280, the Jin would conquer all of the provinces and China was reunited. A new era began. Wu, the first Jin emperor, quickly became more focused on women than fulfilling his political duties. In 281, 5,000 women were brought to his palace, and with all their beautiful women now at his disposal, Emperor Wu was overwhelmed with choice and had difficulty deciding whom he should have sex with. His famous solutions to this problem was to ride around in a goat-drawn cart. Wherever the goat stopped, Wu would get out and have sex with whichever woman was there. Some of the women began leaving bamboo leaves and salt outside their bedrooms, hoping to lure the goats into stopping at their rooms. Wu was utterly sex-crazed, using this goat-drawn method nearly every day for 8 years. It wasn't long before all of China had heard of his exploits, and whispers of rebellion began to spread like wildfire. In Rome, hatred for the emperor was just as strong. From 235 to 284 AD, a series of dictatorial soldier emperors seized the throne, bringing the empire to the brink of collapse. When things looked most bleak, a hero emerged, Diocletian. A general himself, Diocletian instituted sweeping reforms to return stability to the Roman Empire. Most important, the Tetrarchy. Rome was split into 4 quadrants, each ruled by a separate emperor. Diocletian and Galerius to the east, Maximian and Constantius Chlorus to the west. For his efforts, Diocletian was hailed as the founder of eternal peace. However, it was not in the nature of a Roman to share power. Soon, the co-emperors of the Tetrarchy were at each other's throats, vying for ultimate control. The greatest of them, Constantine, who was the son of Constantius Chlorus. A military mastermind, he outmaneuvered his rivals at every turn. Soon, all that stood between Constantine and sole control of Rome was Maximian's son, General Maxentius. To try and secure his hold on power, Maxentius ordered the construction of a new bridge across the Tiber River near Rome, known as the Milvian Bridge. In 312 AD, Constantine marched onto the bridge and the two men faced off, declaring battle where Constantine was outnumbered 2-1. Yet the great general felt no fear. The night before battle, he had a dream of his men emerging victorious. In this vision, their shields and standards were painted with an unexpected symbol, the Christian cross. Before battle, Constantine hurriedly had his men decorate themselves with Christian holy symbols. The battle was fierce and brutal, with both sides suffering heavy losses. Maxentius had a larger army, but his troops were spread out and disorganized. Constantine was able to take advantage of this, and he was able to push Maxentius's forces back toward the Tiber River. In the chaos of the retreat, Maxentius was forced off the Milvian Bridge and into the river, where he drowned. Constantine marched triumphantly into Rome and declared himself the sole emperor, crediting his victory to the Christian God. Christianity was legalized in Rome, and in the east a new capital was founded, Constantinople. The very empire that crucified Jesus now embraced his followers with open arms. Christianity had become the faith of Rome. In Africa, too, Christianity was coming to the fore. It began in the Kingdom of Axum, a military powerhouse centered in modern-day Ethiopia. The belligerent King Ezana came to the throne in 330 AD, promising aggressive expansion. When he took the throne, however, Ezana became entranced with a humble Christian slave from Lebanon. He granted the slave his freedom, but the slave refused to leave. He spoke to the aggressive young king about Christian principles of love and forgiveness, and Ezana listened. Entranced, the king converted to Christianity in 330 AD and abandoned the path of war. Izana devoted himself instead to building great architectural works in the name of God. Most impressive of all, the obelisk of Axum, a 1,700-year-old, 24-meter-tall granite monument carved in a single piece. Decorated with hundreds of doors, they represent the kingdom of heaven and still stand to this day. In the north, years of drought, climate disaster, and famine led to the most massive population shift in human history in 375 AD, the Great Migration. Hundreds of thousands of barbarians poured into Rome from Gaul and the Balkans. Rome, already weak from within, struggled to settle and control the endless waves of migrants. From the outside, the Romans would have an even larger threat: the Visigoths. In the year 410 AD, the Visigoths would pull off the most famous sacking in human history, the sacking of Rome. For 3 days straight, the storied city was brutally pillaged. Timeless art and riches were looted, civilians killed, women captured and enslaved. The days of Rome were numbered. The killing blow to Rome came in 476 AD after the empire refused to grant the Ostrogoths their desired land in compensation for defending Rome. Odoacer, a brilliant Ostrogoth general, marched his barbarian forces to the land. He found there a child emperor, Romulus Augustulus, named after Rome's founder and its first emperor. Easily defeating the child, Odoacer did not proclaim himself the new Roman emperor. Instead, he created a new title, the King of Italy. The Western Roman Empire was no more. Odoacer didn't kill Romulus because he was just a kid and not seen as a threat. Romulus was sent into retirement with a pension at a chapel still standing tall today, the Castellum Luculumnum. Odoacer made the city of Ravenna his capital, and Rome, once the cultural and economic center of the world, faded into obscurity. Rome defined an age. Its fall marked the end of antiquity and the dawn of a new age, the Middle Ages. With the fall of the Roman Empire, civilizations the world over were left to determine their own path. Where they land will determine the fate of the medieval world. In Europe, barbarian tribes settled into small kingdoms, each jockeying for control over the others: the Visigoths in Spain, the Franks in France, the Anglo-Saxons in England. Europe was up for grabs, and any one power might emerge on top. In the East, the empire centered in Constantinople was still one of the world's greatest powers. Its culture had diverged so drastically from the Roman Empire of antiquity, however, that it was given a new name, the Byzantine Empire. The Byzantines faced threats on all sides: the Persians in the east and the Slavs in the west. Warfare was constant, and as the Middle Ages begun, they found themselves on the defensive. The advent of the wheeled plow boosted food production and led to a population boom throughout the medieval world. Innovations in quilted and leather armor, meanwhile, meant that the average foot soldier stood a much better chance in combat. China was thriving on all counts, enjoying a renaissance in the arts and sciences, while the Sasanian Empire had just reached its greatest territorial extent. Rome had been a tremendous empire, but the world did not end with its demise. The rest of humanity looked to the future and sought to carve out its place in the medieval world. In India, a golden age was ushered in by the Gupta Empire. Uniting nearly all of the subcontinent under their rule by 500 AD, Gupta emperors heavily patronized the arts and sciences. The canonical texts of Hinduism, including the epic Mahabharata, were composed. Aryabhata, a Gupta astronomer and mathematician, not only determined that the Earth was in fact a sphere, but he calculated its circumference to be 39,968 kilometers. The actual circumference is 40,075 kilometers. He would be 99.7% accurate. He also recognized that planets shine by reflecting sunlight, not by emitting their own light. The base 10 numeral system we still use today was invented, and the mathematical constant pi was calculated. Architectural wonders were created. Cut into the mountainside, the Ajanta caves were a sanctuary for Buddhism, decorated with beautiful paintings and sculptures. The Gupta Golden Age even brought the first ever game of chess. While the European kingdoms tore each other apart in near constant warfare, India thrived in peace. In the Eastern Roman Empire, a young man clawed his way through the ranks, from peasant all the way to emperor, Justinian the Great. When he took the throne in 527 AD, the young man set out to do the impossible to reunite the Roman Empire in its entirety. His success was miraculous. Dealing the Persians several crushing defeats to secure the eastern frontier, he turned to North Africa and quickly seized it from the barbarian Vandal kingdom. His generals moved on from Spain with equal success, re-establishing Roman rule on the peninsula. Justinian, meanwhile, moved into Italy, claiming Sicily while his generals took the Balkans and northern Italy. In 538, he did the unthinkable, crushing the Ostrogoths at every turn. Justinian reclaimed all of Italy, including the city of Rome. The empire rejoiced. Justinian had somehow managed to restore not only Rome's territorial holdings, but her pride. The magnificent empire would have a population of 25 million. To commemorate his achievements, Justinian constructed a Christian cathedral in Constantinople, the Hagia Sophia, one of humanity's greatest architectural achievements. Its massive dome, about 31 meters wide, was considered an engineering marvel and inspired many future buildings, including Islamic mosques. Of course, the great emperor couldn't live forever. After his death in 565, all he had conquered would slowly slip away, placed in the hands of lesser men. As beautiful a moment it may have been, there was simply no room in the medieval world for Justinian's resurgent Roman Empire. The year 536 saw the most unbelievable disaster occur. 3 volcanoes erupted, spaced all throughout the world at the exact same time. What should have been a local disaster quickly became a global extinction-level threat. The emissions from these eruptions were so concentrated that the sun would not shine for a whole year. Byzantine historian Procopius wrote, "The sun gave forth its light without brightness." In China, there was snow during summer. Skies darkened and dust fell like rain. Crops failed and famine was rampant, but that wasn't all. The same year, the plague of Justinian broke out. It would go on to kill 50 million people, half the world's population. As though that wasn't enough, Earth entered what would become known as the Little Ice Age. Global temperatures dropped even further and more crops failed in an unending frost. And yet, as always, humanity endured, bloodied, beaten, and half extinct, but alive. Buddhism traveled east the same way all goods moved in the 6th century, the Silk Road. From India, it reached Korea, where it was embraced by the wise King Sung of Baekje, a master of foreign relations. When Sung came to Japan in 538 AD with his message of peace and enlightenment, he faced violent backlash. Japan was still a fierce tribal society and did not embrace change. The king tried to peacefully spread his message, but even those in favor of Buddhism managed to find a violent, radical interpretation of its teachings. Relations between traditionalists and radical Buddhists quickly deteriorated. When the traditionalists began defacing the image of the Buddha in 593 AD, all-out war erupted. The traditionalists, however, had lost their base of support amongst the people, and were now nothing more than a few scattered sects of dissidents. Buddhism had been accepted at the highest levels of the Japanese government, and the war for Buddhism was short-lived, a decisive victory for the Buddhists. Acceptance of Buddhism marks the dawn of a new era in Japan. The Asuka period, a golden age for the arts, architecture, and political reform. Buddhism had spread across Japan, but back to the West, a new religion would be born. In the small town of Mecca, a nomadic tribe called the Quraysh gave birth to a man who would change the religious world, Muhammad. Muhammad was orphaned and brought up first by his grandfather, then by his uncle. As he matured, he became a merchant, gaining a reputation for honesty and earning the title Al-Amin, or the Trustworthy. On one of his pilgrimages in 610, Muhammad meditated in a cave on Mount Jabal al-Nur. It was there he received an angelic prophecy outlining the proper way to live, the Quran. He was 40 years old at the time, and he took his teachings to the streets of Mecca, passionately preaching to anyone who would listen. His message spread like wildfire. The oppressed peoples of Mecca flocked to his sermons, hailing Muhammad as a prophet and savior. Islam was born. However, when Muhammad denounced idol worship, the leader of Mecca knew that he was through. In 615, he and his Muslim followers were banished, cast into the desert. After 7 years of wandering hopelessly, they were finally welcomed into the town of Medina. There, Muhammad was instrumental in ending various civil wars, creating a prosperous Muslim community. Nevertheless, this prosperity would be challenged by the members of Muhammad's old tribe, the Quraysh, and their allies, who marched up to Medina with a large army to attack the Muslims. Before he knew it, Muhammad was at war. At the Battle of Badr in 624 AD, his Islamic forces were outnumbered 3-1 by the Meccans. Shocking the entire Arab peninsula, Muhammad slaughtered the Meccan forces. Word began to spread that the man really did have God on his side. Soon, his army of 300 had expanded to 10,000 committed holy warriors. In 629 AD, he marched on Mecca, the legendary Hajj, and seized the city with ease. Within just 3 years, Muhammad had seized the entire Arab peninsula, an expansion unlike any other in human history. In 632 AD, just 61 years old, Muhammad died of natural causes. Following Muhammad's death, control of the Islamic Caliphate fell to a series of competent, ambitious rulers, the Rashidun, or rightly guided. In the very first year of their rule, they launched an invasion, the Sasanian Empire. Outnumbered 2-1, Muslim forces dealt the Sasanians a crushing defeat at the Battle of Chains in 633. Before the Persians could react, the Muslims had seized Mesopotamia. When the Persians did regroup, they were just as hopeless. No matter how completely they outnumbered the Muslim forces, the holy warriors simply couldn't be defeated. By 642, the entire Sasanian Empire had fallen to the Caliphate. Without hesitation, the Muslims turned their attention to the Eastern Roman Empire. They quickly seized Syria and Egypt, then penetrated deep into the heartland of Anatolia. The Muslim armies were simply unstoppable. Finally, in 656, they fell victim to internal strife when the beloved Caliph Uthman was assassinated. The Muslim Empire was usurped by Muhammad's cousin, Ali. What ensued was a schism which endures to this day, Shia Muslims supporting Ali, Sunni Muslims considering him a traitor. Just 5 years later, Ali too was assassinated. The Rashidun Caliphate tore itself to pieces in civil war and ceased to exist. Yet belief in Muhammad's teachings still ran deep. Within a year, a new caliph quickly garnered support and united the empire once more. The Umayyad Caliphate was born. Without delay, it resumed its predecessor's ravenous expansion. Conquering North Africa with ease, they encountered a new foe, the Christian kingdoms of Europe. The Umayyads were undeterred. By 711 AD, they had conquered the Iberian Peninsula, overwhelming the fearsome Visigoths and pushing them into France. The Caliphate now stretched from India to Spain, one of history's greatest empires. In just a few years, however, Spain would be the entire extent of the Umayyad Caliphate. The bloated, overextended empire would be decimated by revolution. In France, another revolution was taking place, this time from within the palace itself. After gaining control of the Merovingian dynasty in modern-day France, Charles the Hammer established his bloodline within royal power. By the time of his death in 741, his grandson Charlemagne was king of the Franks. Soon, the boy would become much more. Charlemagne grew up to be a military man, one of history's finest. Throughout his 50-year reign, his kingdom was never not at war. He conquered the Saxons to the north and the Lombards to the south, pushing into the Kingdom of Italy. This brought him into contact with Pope Leo III in Rome. In the year 800, Leo asked Charlemagne to visit Rome in order to mediate a dispute. When Charlemagne arrived, the Pope brought him before a massive audience at St. Peter's Basilica. In a complete surprise to everyone, including Charlemagne himself, the Pope proclaimed Charlemagne Emperor of the West. Like that, the Holy Roman Empire was born. An emperor hadn't reigned in Rome since Romulus Augustulus in 476, and the people rejoiced. Charlemagne continued his program of aggressive expansion and ushered in an age of cultural revival in the newly founded empire, the Carolingian Renaissance, a period of intellectual revival inspired by ancient Roman and Christian culture. In this time, they made copying texts easier, preserved classical works, forming the basis of modern Latin script. The lowercase letters that we use today are derived from what is called the Carolingian minuscule, which was developed during the reign of Charlemagne. In this time, works from Plato and Aristotle were copied and preserved. Without Carolingian scribes, many would have been lost forever. Massive cathedrals, immaculate illuminated manuscripts, a ray of light in the dark ages of medieval Europe. On the opposite end of the world, China was experiencing a golden age of its own. For the first time ever, the Tang dynasty overhauled China's ancient rules to create an efficient modern state. Architectural wonders were constructed on a scale never before seen. The Leshan Giant, a massive Buddha carved directly into a mountainside, was the tallest statue in the world for more than 1,000 years at 233 feet. The Tang owe much of their success to a usurper, an unexpected hero who seized control of the Chinese throne for 45 years, Empress Wu. Wife of the Tang Emperor Gaozong, Wu ruled in the shadows for decades. Wu's decrees became more binding than the emperor's, and in 690 AD, he formally relinquished the throne to her. No one objected. In her 45-year reign, Wu expanded the empire aggressively, conquering smaller kingdoms to the east and extracting tribute from Korea. China was once again becoming a global power. While the spoils of war poured in, the empress cracked down hard on corruption, ensuring wealth was used to improve the military, support infrastructure, and finance the arts. Her works would last forever. Magnificent infrastructure such as the Mingtong and Tiantong palaces still stand tall. The halls are decorated with murals, sculptures, dragons, and Buddhist iconography. The reformed Tang dynasty went on to flourish for centuries. Despite being overthrown, Wu became a legend for the greatness she brought to China. To this day, she remains the only legitimate female ruler in the empire's long history. To the west, there emerged in 600 AD a fragile state. surrounded on all sides by superpowers that wished to destroy it, the Empire of Tibet. Tibetan soldiers are said to have covered their entire bodies in exquisitely crafted chain armor, with holes only for their eyes. They understood defense and survival. Thus, the Tibetans, protected in their mountain fortresses, resisted incursions from the Tang, the Gupta, and perhaps the most menacing, the Abbasids. The Abbasids emerged as a radical, disciplined group within the overextended Umayyad Caliphate. When they struck in 747 AD, the Umayyads were powerless to resist. By 750, the Abbasids had seized everything but Spain. With three major powers all close by, war was imminent in the year 751. The Tang were expanding west, the Abbasids east. They met at Talas River, the jurisdiction of the Tibetan Empire. Seeking to first weaken the encroaching Tang, the Tibetans sided with the Muslims. Their combined forces totaled 200,000, the Tang 100,000, including a contingent of Turkish slave soldiers, a last resort. Yet the Chinese had a secret weapon, a military innovation, the crossbow. Firing with extraordinary accuracy at long range, Chinese crossbowmen decimated the Arab infantry, nearly causing a full-blown retreat. When the Abbasid spearmen did manage to get in range of the Tang heavy infantry, they found no luck. The Chinese were better trained and better equipped. Just when combat reached its most heated, however, the Chinese were undone. Their Turkish slave soldiers, fearing death, rebelled and turned on the Tang. Their forces in disarray, the Chinese scattered and were dealt a crushing defeat. In the aftermath, they withdrew east, while the Abbasid forces were recalled to the Levant to put down an uprising. One power remained to seize the advantage: the Tibetans. With the Chinese on the back foot, Tibet launched an invasion of Tang territory. Seizing massive swaths of territory in northern India, the Tibetan Empire achieved its greatest ever territorial extent in 754. This would allow Tibet to negotiate the Sino-Tibet Peace Treaty on equal footing, cementing its status as a superpower equivalent to China for years to come. The true victor in this historic clash of global superpowers, Tibet, the middleman. While Europe toiled in the Dark Ages, soon the Abbasid scholars would flourish in philosophy, mathematics, and the natural sciences. In 762, they founded a new capital in Mesopotamia, the City of Peace, the city of Baghdad. Baghdad's legendary House of Wisdom was the medieval equivalent of the Library of Alexandria. Its scholars ushered in the Islamic Golden Age. Muslim scholars were masters of translation. Positioned between the Eastern and Western worlds, they had access to both sides, an unrivaled wealth of knowledge. Not only did they invent algebra, House of Wisdom scholars invented numbers as we know them today. By combining ancient Hindu tomes with contemporary mathematics, they created something new: the Arabic numeral system, the numbers 1 through 10 still used throughout the world. Building on ancient Greek principles, they invented the spherical astrolabe, allowing us to track the stars with an incredible accuracy. These scholars discovered so many stars that over 2/3 of the named stars to this day have Arabic names. Muslim scholars calculated planetary movement with an accuracy unmatched in Europe for another 500 years. In 964 AD, they became the first in history to identify the Andromeda Galaxy, the nearest major galaxy to the Milky Way, over 2.5 million light-years away. The scholar Al-Hazin is often called the world's first scientist. He founded the study of optics and is the first person in history to correctly explain how vision works, by proposing that vision occurs when light reflects from an object and enters the eye, and that the visual image is formed in the brain. In the 9th century AD, the Muslim scholar Al-Jahiz published the Book of Animals, in which he identifies the struggle for existence central to all living beings. It would be an entire millennium before this concept emerged in the West, though with a different name, natural selection, brought forth by Charles Darwin. The House of Wisdom designed the world's first programmable machine, a self-playing flute powered by water, which used a rotating cylinder with pegs that could be repositioned to produce different melodies. They even created an early steam turbine. Europe toiled away in the Dark Ages, while scholars in the House of Wisdom created the modern world. Europe was plagued by a brutal primitive menace, the Vikings. Fierce seafarers from the rugged lands of Scandinavia. Their society was tribal and honor-bound, with loyalty to local chieftains and kings trumping any sense of national unity. Viking children were raised in this harsh world from an early age to be tough, self-reliant, and skilled. Boys were trained as warriors, sailors, and hunters, learning to handle weapons by the time they could carry them. Girls learned to manage households and farms, though they too were experienced to be hardy and capable in the face of hardship. Viking fighting expertise was unmatched in early medieval Europe. Vikings began to appear on foreign shores. They soon arrived in Northumbria and raided the island monastery of Lindisfarne in 793 AD. Monasteries were seen as sacred and untouchable, making the attack a terrifying sign of a new kind of enemy. It was just the beginning. Legendary warriors like Bjorn Ironside raided such cultural centers as Paris, Lisbon, and Galicia. In 861, Bjorn reached Italy and sacked Pisa. Marching his rugged band of Viking soldiers north, Bjorn reached the city of Luni and assumed it was Rome. Unwilling to carry out a long siege, he figured out another way to take the city. He sent a message to the city's bishop that Bjorn had died, and in his final moments had converted to Christianity. His last request was to be buried on sacred ground. He then had his men put him in a coffin. When the bishop granted the request and took the coffin into the city, Bjorn jumped out and began raising havoc, opening the city gates and allowing his men to flood in. The city was theirs. When Bjorn realized that he hadn't taken Rome, he consulted a shaman, one well-versed in Norse mythology. He was told an important tale. In order to bind the mythical wolf Fenrir, the god Odin had to sacrifice his hand. Bjorn, unwilling to make such a sacrifice, gave up on conquering Rome. His expedition was called off, and he returned to Denmark. The city of Paris was surrounded by wooden palisades and stone walls. Houses were narrow and multi-storied. The streets were crowded with merchants. With Charlemagne's death, a decades-long inheritance struggle ravaged Francia. In 843, with the Treaty of Verdun, the massive empire was divided into three independent kingdoms: West Francia, East Francia, and Lotharingia. For centuries to come, these kingdoms will battle fiercely amongst each other to restore the total domination of Europe their ancestors had once known. Soon, they'd face competition from the outskirts as well: the Bulgarian Empire, the Serbian Empire, and the Duchy of Croatia. Having shaken the Roman yoke, they were developing into formidable powers of their own and began expanding aggressively. The lines drawn in 843 will endure, and none would succeed in uniting Europe. This age also saw the peak of the Mayan civilization in the land of modern-day Mexico. Their civilization had been slowly advancing since the year 2000 BC. Their crowning achievement, Chichen Itza, one of the 7 wonders of the New World. At its height, the great city was the largest and most diverse in Mesoamerica. Chichen Itza's very layout is a testament to the gods. The entire city is built around one great pyramid, El Castillo. As one of the most powerful cities in Mesoamerica, it was home to thousands of people, including priests, warriors, craftsmen, merchants, and farmers. The city bustled with trade from as far as central Mexico and the Caribbean. Not only is El Castillo one of the most massive monumental structures on the continent, it is brilliantly aligned with solar events. The Mayans gave the Americas a calendar that predicts events millions of years in the future. The Mayans had an observatory known as El Caracol. Its unique design includes carefully aligned windows and doors that allowed ancient astronomers to track celestial events, like solstices, equinoxes, and the movements of Venus. The Maya tracked Venus's 584-day synodic cycle with incredible accuracy. The Dresden Codex, a surviving Maya manuscript, contains detailed Venus tables that show their precision was more accurate than contemporary European astronomers. The sacred city would dominate Mesoamerica for the next 300 years. In 856 AD, an unknown Chinese monk and alchemist was trying to invent a substance that would heal ailments and prolong one's lifespan. In doing so, he mixed the following proportions: 75% saltpeter, 15% charcoal, and 10% sulfur. The result was gunpowder. The house they resided in was burnt to the ground. Before long, the substance would unleash chaos and destruction on the world far beyond one simple house fire. It is the first great leap in military technology since the discovery of bronze. First, it was used to create fire arrows, then primitive rockets. Soon, the Chinese were launching massive gunpowder bombs at each other. In addition to a far more discreet invention, the fire lance, predecessor to the pistol. The rest of the world wasted no time. Soon, entire empires were being built on gunpowder. The Chinese word for gunpowder is still fire medicine, the name assigned to it by the alchemist that made the discovery. It serves as a reminder that one of the most devastating technologies in mankind's history is the result of an effort to discover life-saving medicines. In 830 AD, a man named Dinga left his home in Egypt to roam the plains of North Africa. Finding the land barren, Dinga is said to have struck a deal with a snake god. If he sacrificed one virgin each year, he would be blessed with an endless supply of gold. Whether by divine blessing or shrewd business practice, Dinga flourished. Acting as an intermediary between Arab salt traders in the north and gold miners in the south, he made a killing. Before he knew it, Dinga had created Africa's first great trade empire, the Empire of Ghana. For centuries, visitors to Ghana, including many scholars from Baghdad's House of Wisdom, were astounded by the extreme level of wealth on display. The continent of Africa would soon see the most wealthy civilizations and individuals in history. On the opposite end of the world, the kingdoms of England would fight to their dying breath to defend their kingdom. When Alfred the Great inherited the throne of Wessex in 871 AD, the fate of his homeland was already in jeopardy. Having raided Europe for all it was worth, the Vikings decided they would settle down in the temperate British Isles. The reigning Anglo-Saxon kings could assimilate or be destroyed. Alfred was still planning his father's funeral when the Vikings struck, seizing a massive swath of English territory. In 876, Alfred made peace with the Vikings, exchanging hostages and a massive bribe. It was short-lived. The Vikings quickly slaughtered the hostages they had been given and attacked Alfred's stronghold at Chippenham. It was a massacre. Alfred narrowly escaped. Fighting his way out with a small band of loyal soldiers, he retreated to a final stronghold in the marshland, his kingdom in shambles. The Vikings turned their ire to the remaining English kings. By 878, Wessex was the only Anglo-Saxon kingdom that hadn't fallen to the Vikings. For 6 months, Alfred remained in hiding, his people believed him dead, and their fate sealed. When he emerged in May of 871, the kingdom rejoiced. He summoned what remained of his men to war, and they rode to meet the Viking invaders. Fighting for the survival of their homeland, Alfred's makeshift army dealt the Vikings a decisive victory at the Battle of Edington, then another at Rochester. In 886, Alfred reclaimed the city of London. He was no longer merely King of Wessex, but the first king of the Anglo-Saxons. Alfred's grandson Ethelstan would deal the Vikings the final blow, driving them out once and for all, and becoming the first king of a unified England. It was not only the Islamic caliphates threatening the survival of the Byzantine Empire, they soon faced invasion from a new empire arising in the north, Kievan Rus. Inhabiting the fertile land surrounding Kiev, the empire grew rich as a Byzantine trading partner throughout the 800s AD. Before long, the barbarians desired an empire of their own. In 882, Rus was united under Oleg the Wise, who immediately launched an ambitious invasion, Constantinople itself. The fierce Rus warrior struck like a thunderbolt from heaven, brutally dismembering anyone who stood in their way. At the last minute, however, they were turned away from the great capital by a severe storm. In 941, Rus returned with a fleet of 10,000 ships, rampaging through the Byzantine countryside and leaving entire cities in ashes. Under Vladimir the Great, Rus expanded to its greatest ever territorial extent, reaching from the Black Sea to the Baltic. The barbarians were quickly becoming a force capable of destroying the Byzantines outright. Desperate, the Byzantine Emperor Basil II turned to a new method of defense. He sent in the priests. And in 987 AD, Vladimir accepted Christianity. The very next year, he ordered the entire city of Kiev to be baptized. Byzantine priests baptized hundreds of barbarians at a time, performing the sacred ritual in lakes and seas. Like that, Rus went from an apocalyptic threat to one of the Byzantine Empire's closest allies. Having pacified Kievan Rus, Byzantine Emperor Basil II turned to another long-standing foe in the north, the Bulgarians. Basil made it his life's goal to see the Bulgarian Empire wiped off the map. At the Battle of Kladion in 1014, an entire Bulgarian army was captured. In a brutal display, Basil had 99 of every 100 soldiers blinded. The one left with sight was left to lead his compatriots home. The Bulgarians were no longer able to resist Byzantine conquest, and Basil had earned a gruesome title for himself, the Bulgar Slayer. In the year 1250 AD, massive heads began to appear on a small strip of land in Polynesia, Easter Island. The moai, massive stone sculptures, some 10 meters tall and weighing more than 80 tons, constructed by the Rapa Nui people. Its purpose remains a mystery, but the effort required was so tremendous that it decimated the island's ecosystem. 21 species were driven into extinction. By the time European colonists arrived in 1722, there were no more tall trees left on the island with which to build canoes. The indigenous population had shriveled from 15,000 to 2,000 in just a century. Of course, the arrival of Europeans would bring only more destruction. The moai heads stand tall to this day, but their creators would see a dramatic collapse. Along the southern coast of India, one of history's great maritime empires was emerging, the Chola. From 850 to 1050 AD, the Chola spread from India into Myanmar, Malaysia, and Indonesia, bringing order and vast wealth to the land. The Chola Navy is the most dominant ever to emerge in India. They controlled the lucrative movement of goods by sea from China to the Western world, establishing a naval equivalent of the Silk Road. Growing wealthy beyond imagination, the Chola used their riches to build one of Southeast Asia's greatest empires. In the capital, they constructed elaborate tiered temples still standing to this day. The Brihadisvara Temple was built in 1010 AD, a massive tower standing 66 meters tall, dedicated to Lord Shiva. The engineering is so precise that the shadow of the tower reportedly never falls on the ground at noon. To the south, the island of New Zealand was settled by a much more fearsome tribe in 1300 AD. The Maori, expert hunters and tremendous warriors known for expressive and menacing tribal war dances. They found in New Zealand an untouched island paradise. The land's native species had never been hunted, and hence lacked necessary survival instincts. What ensued was a massacre. The moa, a 12-foot ostrich-like bird, numbered 2.5 million in New Zealand before the Maori arrived. Within 100 years, they were hunted into extinction. The Maori are some of humanity's most accomplished explorers. Voyaging south in their outrigger canoes, they became the first humans to discover Antarctica, a place of bitter cold where rock-like structures rose from a solid sea. The Maori are one of the most successful tribal peoples at navigating European contact. By selectively adopting and rejecting certain European practices, they endured and still thrive to this day. While the Maori were charting the icy waters of the Antarctic, an explorer in the north was making a similarly daring journey. When Leif Erikson was just 14 years old, his family was banished from Iceland. His father, the renowned explorer Eric the Red, decided to settle in Greenland, establishing the island's first permanent settlement in 982. When he grew older, the ambitious Leif served in the court of the Norwegian king, where he adopted Christianity. Eager to return home to Greenland and convert his family, Leif's voyage was blown off course by a storm. He washed up on a rocky shore some 2,000 miles from his destination. Emerging onto the windswept island of Newfoundland, Leif had just discovered a new continent. He became the first European to set foot on North America 500 years before the voyages of Christopher Columbus. Of course, North America's frigid, barren Arctic had been inhabited for millennia before the arrival of Leif Erikson. The Inuit people made a prosperous life in one of Earth's most inhospitable terrains. Agriculture being impossible in the Arctic tundra, the Inuit exist almost solely on meat. They hunt whales, seals, and even polar bears. By consuming raw seal meat, they're able to get the nutrition necessary for survival. The wild, inhospitable land in which they live gave birth to a unique mythology among Inuit peoples. Inuit belief holds that if you whistle at the aurora borealis, the lights will descend and cut off your head. The sun and moon, however, share a deep celestial tale blending family conflict, love, and nature cycles. Anningan, the moon spirit, is in a never-ending chase of his sister, the sun goddess Melina. After a violent quarrel, she fled, and he follows her across the sky. His pursuit explains the moon's phases. He forgets to eat during the chase and grows thin, only to return full again. At the heart of medieval Europe culture were chivalry and feudalism. The great majority of land belonged to the king, who allowed privileged noble families to manage it for him, sparking generations of dukes, counts, and viscounts. The land was, in turn, worked by the serfs, the poorest of peasants bound to the soil and belonging to their lord. As the Middle Ages progressed, the serfs came to massively outnumber the land-owning nobility throughout Europe. The nobles needed protection from their exploited serfs. To preserve the feudalistic order, a warrior class gradually emerged in Europe. Holy knights, bound to their noble lords. Castles began to appear. Initially made from wood and later rebuilt with stone, Castles served to defend the king and those important to the city. Often surrounded by a ditch or moat to avoid attackers, castles increasingly became larger in size and would soon be each city's symbol of power across the lands. In 1066, William the Bastard, Duke of Normandy, invaded England. At the legendary Battle of Hastings, William's forces crushed those of Harold Godwinson. The Anglo-Saxons were driven out and the Norman conquest of England completed. William the Bastard was renamed William the Conqueror. Tales of his conquest are immortalized in the Bayeux Tapestry, an intricate illustration over 70 meters long. Showing each battle in vivid detail and vibrant color, the fragile tapestry has somehow survived over 900 years and is still preserved to this day. To cement his rule, William constructed castles throughout England, including the legendary Tower of London, a center of royal intrigue for centuries to come. In 1085, William embarked on the most ambitious fact-finding mission of his time. A record of England so complete, a survey of this scale wouldn't be completed again in the land for another 800 years, the Domesday Book. It would assess the land's wealth, assets, size of estates, number of tenants, slaves, animals, and farming equipment. At the time, it asserted Norman control over England and how much tax could be collected. It immediately earned William a place as one of history's greatest administrators. In the Islamic world, the Mad Caliph al-Hakim was tightening his grip on the Holy Land. One thing stood in his path to absolute power, however: Christianity. Although al-Hakim ruled Jerusalem as part of the Caliphate, Christian presence in the city had grown stronger and stronger throughout the Middle Ages. Each year, hundreds of thousands of Christians would flock to the city in pilgrimage. Their destination, the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, Christianity's greatest holy site. Built in the 300s AD, the Holy Sepulchre was constructed on the very ground where Jesus was crucified. Many believed his empty tomb was still housed in the church walls. They traveled from the opposite side of the earth to pay respects to the sacred site. To al-Hakim, it was nothing but a bleeding ulcer. In a shock to Christians all over the world, in 1009 AD, al-Hakim had the Church of the Holy Sepulchre burned to the ground. The tomb of Christ was destroyed, reduced to rubble. Unbeknownst to al-Hakim, he had just launched a new era in humanity. When Christian backlash came, it would be swift, fierce, and bloody. The Crusades had just been born. In 1096 AD, the First Crusade was launched under the call Deus Vult, God's will be done. Putting political differences aside, soldiers were sent from the many kingdoms of Europe and the Byzantine Empire. First to strike was a wave of poor European peasants, stirred into a fanatical frenzy by the charismatic monk Peter the Hermit. Before long, over 100,000 Christian soldiers had rallied together and bore down on Jerusalem. The Knights of the First Crusade fought with such vigor that rumors began circulating throughout the Islamic world. Perhaps these Christian soldiers were indeed invincible. By 1099, they had seized a massive swath of territory throughout the Levant. The Crusader states were born. Most sacred was the newly founded Kingdom of Jerusalem. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre was rebuilt and the Christian world rejoiced. However, the war was far from over. When the Crusader state of Edessa fell to Islamic forces in 1146, a second crusade was launched to reclaim the lost territory. It was a complete disaster for the Crusaders. A hero emerged among the Islamic forces, dealing the Christian invaders defeat after defeat: Saladin, the man who began as a mercenary and rose to become a king. In 1187, having easily repelled the Second Crusade, Saladin took Jerusalem. The Crusader states were on the brink of annihilation, and the Christians needed a hero of their own. 2 years later, he emerged, Richard the Lionheart, King of England. Launching the Third Crusade, Richard seized the city of Acre in 1191. He pushed his forces inland, where Saladin lay in wait. At the Battle of Arsuf, the two legendary religious warriors met in pitched combat, each committing their entire forces to the fray. The winner would take all. Richard's forces were outnumbered more than 2 to 1, but his discipline was legendary. Holding his cavalry back until the perfect moment, the great general struck with such brutal precision that Saladin's forces were routed entirely. Richard restored the Crusader states, but conflict continued in the region for centuries. Eventually, the European kings were unable to maintain the immense effort required to fight an overseas war. In 1291, the city of Acre once again fell to Islamic forces. There would be no effort to reclaim it. The Crusades had come to an end. In Southeast Asia, the Khmer Empire emerged from nothing to create the most massive, culturally complex empire the region had ever known. During the reign of King Suryavarman II, the Khmer Empire constructed the magnificent Angkor Wat, a temple dedicated to the Hindu god Vishnu. In Hinduism, Vishnu is revered as the preserver and protector of the universe. He is believed to have 10 avatars and is traditionally depicted with blue skin holding 4 symbolic objects. Approaching Angkor Wat, one is first met by an expansive moat and a majestic entrance gate. The central temple rises impressively, resembling a mountain. Its surface is covered in intricate carvings and stone reliefs that narrate tales from Hindu mythology and the legacy of the Khmer civilization. Translating literally to City of Temples, Angkor Wat is the largest religious complex in the world, over 400 square kilometers in extent. Its temples blend the styles of Hinduism and Buddhism to create something unique, intricate, and breathtaking. To this day, the national flag of Cambodia is a depiction of the iconic temple. Legend holds that Genghis Khan entered the world clutching a blood clot in his right hand. His beginnings were marked by failure, hardship, and desperation. The son of a Mongol chieftain, his father traded him into servitude at just 8 years old to secure an alliance with a neighboring clan. Just days later, his father was betrayed, poisoned to death by a rival. As his father's rightful heir, Genghis spent the rest of his youth taken prisoner by various chieftains. In a series of daring escapades, Genghis escaped their clutches and made his way back to his family. He joined the service of his blood brother Jamuka, who had risen to become a chieftain. Together, the two brothers conquered the steppe, bringing the scattered Mongol tribes under a unified banner. By 1206, they had united all the various tribes, uniting 1 million people. Fearing Genghis's rise, Jamuka attempted to have him imprisoned and executed, but Genghis cheated death and escaped. Assembling a coalition of Mongols, Muslims, Christians, and Buddhists, Genghis crushed his brother's armies in a fierce 3-day battle. Rule of the Mongols was left to one man, Genghis Khan. He was a progressive leader in many ways. He made it illegal to sell and kidnap women, banished the idea of enslavement of any Mongol, and he was welcoming of all religions, uniting the people. However, he did not tolerate rebellion. After defeating his enemies, Genghis Khan was said to invite enemy leaders to a banquet, and it is said he crushed the enemy leaders beneath wooden boards while he and his generals dined atop them. This wasn't just a show of power, it was humiliation, dominance, and a message. No mercy for betrayal or resistance. He expanded his empire's borders with a vigor and brilliance unrivaled in history. The kingdom expanded to one of the largest and most powerful the world had ever seen. In the course of the brutal campaign, Genghis's forces killed more than 5 million, often putting entire cities to death. In 1227, Genghis died during a successful campaign. His body was transported back to Mongolia, and according to legend, all the slaves who conducted the funeral and constructed his tomb, over 2,000 in number, were forced to commit suicide in order to preserve the secret. The tomb remains undiscovered to this day. At the time of Genghis Khan's death, his empire spanned an enormous expanse, from the Sea of Japan in the east to the Caspian Sea in the west. Remarkably, nearly 8% of men in Asia today can trace their lineage back to him. Emerging from the Dark Ages, the French ruling dynasties found themselves immensely wealthy, and with regimes stable enough to take on massive multi-generational projects. The Sainte-Chapelle Cathedral in Paris, constructed in 1248. With stunning vaulted ribbings and rich stained glass that fills the peaked arches, the Gothic style is born. It didn't take long to spread throughout Europe. Germany's Cologne Cathedral, commissioned in 1248, wouldn't be completed until 1880, an astonishing 600-year construction. Staggering in scale, the cathedral bears the largest church facade known to man, and to this day is the world's tallest twin-spire church. The Gothic style wasn't limited to churches, however. Another class of construction would begin to emerge: the university. In 1088, the University of Bologna in Italy, and in 1096, the University of Oxford in England. Within these halls, the groundwork was being laid for a new age in Europe, based on science and reason. While a new era dawned in Europe, the Islamic world's golden age came to a bloody end. The head of the Abbasid Caliphate, al-Mustasim, refused to submit to the ever-expanding Mongol Empire. Yet, in a display of pure arrogance, he also refused to summon reinforcements to the capital of Baghdad. What ensued was a massacre. In 1258, the Mongol horde, numbering over 300,000 men, tore down the walls of Baghdad just a few days after their arrival. They proceeded to ravage the historic city for weeks on end, killing as many as 2 million in the process. The House of Wisdom, for centuries the intellectual capital of the planet, was burned to the ground. So many manuscripts were thrown into the Tigris River that the water ran black with ink. What deep ancient knowledge the Mongol horde annihilated as it continued its global rampage, we will never know. Following the death of Genghis Khan, the Mongol Empire was fractured by internal rivalries. In 1259, it was split into 4 competing empires: the Golden Horde in Europe, the Chagatai in the steppe, the Ilkhanate in Mesopotamia, and the Yuan dynasty in China. Founded by the legendary Kublai Khan, the Yuan dynasty was the greatest of the Mongol successor states. Ruling all of modern-day China and Mongolia, the Yuan are the first foreign dynasty to conquer the entire Chinese empire. Their capital, modern-day Beijing, would remain an industrial and cultural hub for centuries. The Yuan were keen patrons of the printing industry and sponsored one of history's most iconic writers, Marco Polo. Polo, initially born in Venice, traveled to the court of Kublai Khan as a merchant. When he arrived, he was so impressed by the emperor with his awe-inspiring tales, he was taken into the Yuan court and named foreign governor. He and his men flourished in the Yuan Empire for decades. When Polo finally returned to Venice, after 24 years, he was promptly arrested by a rival republic. While in jail, Marco met a fellow prisoner, Rustichello de Pisa, a writer of romances, where he told him all of his stories. The result was Rustichello creating the famous book, The Travels of Marco Polo. The book sparked centuries of curiosity, showing the Europeans for the first time the greatness of the outside world. It fueled the age of exploration. Explorers like Christopher Columbus carried a copy of the book with them. Ironically, his arrest gave the world one of the most influential travel books in history. In the 1200s, Japan was ruled by a fearsome military dictatorship, the shogunate. The class of warriors that dominated Japanese society, known as samurai, valued their honor above their lives. When the Mongols sent a letter demanding submission, the Japanese made no response, but simply prepared to defend their homeland. In 1274, Kublai sent an invasion force 30,000 strong to capture Japan. But the samurai easily repelled the disorganized horde, with the help of a severe storm, which cast the Mongol fleet off course. 7 years later, Kublai amassed another invasion. This time, however, he would spare no expense in dominating the stubborn Japanese. Sending 400 ships carrying over 150,000 men, the Mongol forces outnumbered the Japanese 10-1. Yet, the samurai refused to surrender. Defending the coast in high-walled fortresses, they kept the Mongols from disembarking. It was a temporary measure, and the decimation of Japan seemed inevitable. Then, fate intervened. A massive typhoon, even more devastating than the first, struck the Mongol ships yet again. Their ships thrown to the rocks, over 100,000 Mongol soldiers drowned or were killed by the samurai. With their fleet decimated, the Mongols would be unable to launch another invasion. Japan became one of the only kingdoms in the world to fend off the Mongol horde. The fateful typhoon was named Kamikaze, the Divine Wind. The Yuan dynasty, meanwhile, fell to pieces after the death of the great Kublai Khan. Mansa Musa ruled the most vast, opulent trade empire in Africa's long history, the Empire of Mali. He spent his first years as emperor in a constant state of warfare with his neighbors. His goal? Capture as many slaves as possible. It seemed Mansa Musa was building a slave army, but to what end? In 1324, it became clear. The emperor was going on a pilgrimage and intended to show the rest of the world just how wealthy he really was. Traveling 2,700 miles from Mali to Mecca in a sacred Islamic Hajj, Mansa Musa brought over 12,000 slaves. Each one was dressed in the finest silks and carried 4 pounds of gold bars. A train of 80 camels were laden down with 300 pounds of gold dust, which Musa gave to the poor along the way. Every Friday, a holy day in Islam, Mansa Musa built a new mosque so he would have somewhere to pray along the road. The Djinguereber Mosque in Timbuktu, built in 1327 under the commission of Musa, reflects the wealth and Islamic devotion of the Mali Empire during its golden age. Mansa Musa's pilgrimage is one of the most decadent displays of wealth in history. Wherever the generous man passed, he was remembered fondly as the richest man in the world. The Islamic Golden Age was rapidly dying in the East, and one last beacon still stood in Muslim Spain, the Alhambra Palace. The sprawling complex is one of the greatest medieval achievements in engineering. The means of accomplishing this greatness? Water. Alhambra's engineers were such advanced hydraulic engineers, they were able to give the palace heated floors, air conditioning, and an ingenious reverse well for driving water upwards. At the heart of the palace, the central fountain, surrounded by 12 stone lions. Not only a beautiful piece of architecture, it also functioned as a timekeeping device. By cleverly spacing the outlets in the fountain's base, Alhambra's engineers made it so that the number of lions spewing water told the hour of the day. When all 12 were activated, the fountain's central spigot would erupt and the clock would reset. Alhambra would eventually fall to Christian conquest, yet its beauty and ingenuity were so astounding that the palace was never sacked. In Europe, conflict erupted in 1337. Dynastic turmoil in France led the English king, Edward III, to stake a claim on the French throne, starting the 100 Years' War. In 1356, King John II of France was captured by the English after the disastrous Battle of Poitiers, and it looked like the conflict would be brought to a quick and decisive end. But John's son, Charles the Wise, would not let go without a fight. Inheriting the Kingdom of France, he reconquered every inch of what the British had taken, and the stalemate continued. Matters once again turned in favor of the English when Charles the Mad inherited the French throne in 1368. The Mad King suffered from constant psychotic episodes. At times, he believed he was made of glass, refusing to be touched. He would have violent outbursts, even killing his own soldiers accidentally. At times, he would even forget he was king. It remains as one of the earliest well-documented cases of mental illness in a European monarch. His reign destabilized France to a breaking point. In 1429, however, a ray of hope emerged which none could have expected. A 17-year-old girl who had received visions from God of a French victory, Joan of Arc. The fierce young woman entered the war just as the English were about to seize Orleans. Leading the French relief troops into the fray, she broke the English siege and chased them back to the Loire River, regaining territory and restoring crushed morale throughout France. Over the next months, Joan of Arc would lead her army to multiple victories. During the siege of Compiègne in 1430, however, disaster struck the French once more. Joan of Arc was captured by the English. The young warrior stood stoically on trial as she was found guilty of heresy and witchcraft. She was burned at the stake. But the English had miscalculated. Joan became a martyr to the French people, more dangerous dead than alive. The entire kingdom rallied to the cause, and in 1453, they drove the English off the continent once and for all. After 116 years, Europe's First Great War was brought to an end. In 1346, the most devastating epidemic in human history struck the continent. The bubonic plague, the Black Death. Brought from the steppe by the conquering Mongols, the plague would go on to claim 200 million lives in just 7 years. 60% of Europe's population would die. The medieval world was left in shambles. Seeking holy salvation, peasants huddled together in churches, praying. This only helped the disease spread faster. In the words of an Italian chronicler living through the plague, none could be found to bury the dead for money or friendship. There was no one who wept for any death, for all awaited death. And so many died that all believed it was the end of the world. By 1375, the Aztec capital of Tenochtitlan was the largest and most powerful city in Mesoamerica. Located on the once Lake Texcoco, the city itself was most fascinating. It was designed with a complex system of canals and causeways to help control flooding and facilitate transport across the city. Here, they crafted weapons of unsurpassed devastation. The maquahuitl, a long cudgel embedded with obsidian blades, sharper than a razor's edge. By 1500, the Aztecs had conquered all of Mexico and were extracting tribute from Guatemala and El Salvador. Yet the most notable aspect of Aztec society, its brutality. Death was an integral part of the Aztec religion. The Aztecs believed that the sun needed human blood to rise each day. At their great temple in Tenochtitlan, over 20,000 lives were sacrificed each year. In some cases, the heart of the victim was cut from their chest while still beating. In others, the victim's flesh was to be consumed by their family. For the Aztecs, these atrocities were just another part of everyday life. A young Vlad the Impaler became Count of the Kingdom Wallachia in 1448 in modern-day Romania. In 1450, he was overthrown by his brother-in-law with the help of the Transylvanians. When he reclaimed the throne 6 years later, there was one thing on his mind: vengeance. Brutally sacking the Transylvanian villages that had supported his rival, Vlad rounded up everyone he could find and brought them back to his castle in Wallachia. Unbelievably, 100,000 civilians were impaled on wooden stakes and left to die. Tales of Vlad's genocidal cruelties have shocked generations. He's the inspiration for a cold-blooded, murderous monster now known around the world, the vampire Count Dracula. However, to his own people, and even within modern-day Romania to this day, Vlad was a hero. He was a brilliant statesman, politician, and warrior, defending Christianity and his people. The legendary walls of Constantinople had repelled invaders for 1,100 years. When the Ottomans invaded in 1453, the city leaders didn't panic. They prepared for a long and ultimately unsuccessful siege, as always. What they didn't account for: gunpowder. The Ottomans brought with them the basilic, a gunpowder cannon weighing 18,000 kilograms, able to fire a half-ton cannonball 2 kilometers away. The machine was built for one purpose: to crush Constantinople's legendary defenses. The massive basilic took hours on end to reload, but each time it fired, the impact was devastating. After a month of unending bombardment, the walls were rubble. The city was ready to fall. On May 29, 1453, the Ottomans took Constantinople. The Byzantine Empire, the last vestige of a once great Rome, was dead. A new day dawned in the East, with the Ottomans supreme and untouchable. And yet, the Byzantine legacy would live on. Thousands of scholars fleeing the ruins of Constantinople made their way to the Italian kingdoms of Venice and Florence. The knowledge and expertise they brought with them triggered a new era in European history: the death of the medieval age, the Renaissance. Though it began in Italy in the 1500s, the innovations brought forth in the Renaissance shaped all of Europe, and indeed the modern world. A flurry of inventions created science as we know it. The microscope allowed scientists to understand life at a fundamental level, while the telescope advanced our understanding of the universe we live in. The printing press, invented in Germany, meant books and newspapers no longer had to be printed by hand. More and more people became literate and began thinking critically, eventually sparking revolutions throughout the world. The nautical compass will facilitate ambitious voyages of discovery, opening up whole new worlds of opportunity. Perhaps most important, the steam engine. Generating massive amounts of energy with negligible manual effort, it would go on to revolutionize every single aspect of industrial life. The Renaissance was also a cultural revolution. In Florence, artists achieved complete mastery of their crafts. Leonardo da Vinci, in addition to countless inventions, painted the Mona Lisa and the Last Supper, pieces which remain unrivaled to this day. He was matched only by his contemporary Michelangelo. Although trained by da Vinci, Michelangelo was considered the superior artist. His statue, David, is considered the high point of sculpture. while his work on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel is perhaps the greatest artistic achievement in human history. In Florence, statecraft too flourished. Niccolò Machiavelli is one of, if not the most influential pieces of literature we have today. He invented political science. The Prince is a political manifesto that comments on the past civilization we've heard about in this video. The book set out rules for the prototypical cutthroat modern European ruler, giving rise to a system of European diplomacy which will dominate for centuries. A new day was dawning in the West. The Renaissance marks mankind's first steps into the modern world. It was the tiny kingdom of Portugal which set the stage for European conquest. Seizing land throughout the African coast, they injected themselves into the lucrative trade of gold and slaves. In 1488, they took it a step further. Portuguese navigators rounded the Cape of Good Hope, discovering the bustling market on the Indian Ocean. Establishing themselves as some of history's greatest middlemen, the Portuguese merchants grew immensely wealthy, first seizing trade routes, then land itself. Before they knew it, they had created one of the largest empires in human history, which would endure until the year 1999. Of course, the fate of the Western world would not be decided in the Indian Ocean, but the Atlantic. In the bustling trade republic of Genoa, there emerged in 1451 a man like no other. Christopher Columbus began his career as an apprentice to a wealthy Genoese merchant. He visited Ireland, England, even Iceland, but still the young man was unsatisfied, and his thirst for adventure only grew. When the Ottomans conquered Constantinople, they barred Christian merchants from accessing the lucrative Silk Road. Europe was sent into an economic tailspin and searched desperately for a new pathway to the Asian markets. In 1492, Columbus met with Queen Isabella of Castile and proposed a solution, seeking funding for his next voyage. Columbus proposed untold wealth, gold mines, valuable trade routes, and exotic goods. He offered Spain a monopoly on Western access to Asia. He even asked for 10% of the profits, a noble title, and governorship of any lands he discovered, a bold ask that showed his confidence. The crown was drastically affected by the recent wars, but Queen Isabella was convinced and funded the voyage. Columbus would cross the Atlantic, as no European had ever done, reaching the east by sailing west. On October 11, 1492, he reached the New World. Completely unaware of the vast continent stretching out before him, Columbus reasoned he had in fact reached the East Indies, and hence called the native people Indians, a term which endures to this day. The Europeans had, for the first time, arrived in the Americas. His explorations marked a turning point in human history, resulting in permanent contact between the two hemispheres, marking the beginning of globalization. While Columbus would die believing he had reached Asia, the rest of the European world marveled at the new world he had just mistakenly uncovered. In 1497, a masterful Italian navigator was employed by the British Crown, Giovanni Caboto, John Cabot. With a skeleton crew of just 50 men, Cabot sailed the waters of the North Atlantic, eventually landing on the island of Newfoundland. Like that, he discovered North America. Cabot found the waters so full of fish that his boats could scarcely make it to shore. The British eyed the rich waters eagerly and made preparations for full-scale colonization. The race to conquer the wealthy New World had begun. Back in Europe, the Catholic Church was not just a spiritual authority, it was one of the richest, most powerful institutions in Europe. However, thanks to lavish spending, political wars, and building projects like St. Peter's Basilica, the church was drowning in debt. To pay for it all, they turned to a holy business venture selling tickets to heaven. For a price, you could buy your way into heaven. For a little more, you could buy salvation for someone already dead. Faith became a transaction. One man decided to speak out. His name was Martin Luther, a German monk and scholar who believed the church's practices went against the Bible's teachings. In protest, he wrote the 95 Theses, a list of arguments challenging the church's authority and calling for reform. He nailed them to the door of the Wittenberg Castle Church, a call for debate. Instead, it sparked a revolution. Thanks to the printing press, Luther's ideas spread faster than the church could contain them, first around Germany, then throughout all of Europe. On a continent of Catholicism, Martin Luther sparked Protestantism. For the first time, the Pope and Church's authority and traditions no longer held unquestioned power over Christian belief and practice. Protestantism focuses on the Bible scripture alone as the ultimate authority. Luther's movement was beyond religious reform. To this day, in every protest, every printed word, and every person who dares to speak truth to power, the echoes of Luther are present. His movement set the foundations for democracy, the Age of Enlightenment, and the American and French revolutions. Throughout the 1500s, the Spanish crown sent in troops, the conquistadors, to the new lands of America. The most prolific of their leaders, Hernán Cortés, fighting the Aztecs for control of Mexico. Armed with guns, steel armor, and old-world diseases like smallpox, Cortés and his conquistadors were essentially invincible. Leading a retinue of only 500 men, he cut through tens of thousands of Aztec troops. The wily Spaniard would negotiate alliances with rival tribes, only to turn around and massacre thousands of their unarmed citizens when the tide of the war turned. At his side, La Malinche, an Aztec slave given to Cortés as tribute. Taking the woman as his lover, advisor, and translator, Cortés was able to commit complex deceptions against his foe. In a matter of just a few years, Cortés and his band brought the mighty Aztec Empire to the brink of annihilation. Cortés may have held innumerable military advantages over the tribal Aztecs, but his forces remained outnumbered 100,000 to 1. He simply could not take the Aztec capital of Tenochtitlan by direct attack. In 1519, an alternative presented itself. The Aztec Emperor Moctezuma personally invited Cortés into Tenochtitlan to negotiate. Unbound by concepts of honor or truth, Cortés promptly took the emperor hostage. He used Moctezuma as a mouthpiece through which to rule the empire, while his men surreptitiously slaughtered Aztec noblemen. The townspeople eventually rose up and stoned their treacherous emperor to death, but it was too late. The city was in shambles, indefensible. In 1521, Cortés delivered the final blow, officially capturing the capital and putting an end to the Aztec Empire. Tenochtitlan was renamed Mexico City, the colonial capital, which endures to this day. To the east, a different American empire was about to face precisely the same fate. From 1300 to 1500, the Inca built a thriving metropolis in the mountains of Peru. Paved roads connected a network of incredible cities from Cusco to Machu Picchu, nestled in the Andes Mountains at an altitude of 2.5 kilometers and beyond, with 16 million citizens. In 1524, the Spanish explorer Francisco Pizarro arrived. Awestruck at the wealth and complexity of Inca civilization, Pizarro wrote of the capital city, "It is the greatest and finest ever seen in this country or anywhere in the Indies. It would be remarkable even in Spain." It wasn't long before he decided to take it for himself. As with the Aztecs, the Inca were decimated by old-world diseases and unable to mount a defense against Pizarro's superior technology. 12 million Inca were killed in just 50 years. In 1570, the Spanish seized the desiccated husk of a once great empire. To the east, an empire continued to flourish. Having conquered Constantinople, the Ottomans continued pushing west, capturing the Balkans and parts of the steppe. By 1520, they had annexed Egypt and the Levant. Under Suleiman the Magnificent, it expanded to even greater heights, reaching its peak in 1566. The Ottomans controlled the Black Sea, Dead Sea, and Red Sea, as well as Mesopotamia and North Africa, becoming the most powerful empire in the world. Among history's greatest conquerors, Suleiman ruled more than 25 million people. Yet the Sultan was also an avid scholar and ruled through wisdom with religious freedom. From Ukraine to Algeria, he gained the loyalty of his subjects not through fear, but through tolerance and order. On Suleiman's death, the Ottoman Empire would fall to infighting, and centuries of steady decline followed. For 400 more years it endured, slowly becoming a relic of a bygone age. In England, an unhappy marriage was about to lead to 6 centuries of violent religious conflict. Following his father's dying wish, Henry VIII married Catherine of Aragon. When he inherited the throne, his regret was immediate. To cope, Henry took countless mistresses, but this wasn't enough. He wanted someone new, someone with whom he could conceive a legitimate heir. Yet the Pope refused to grant Henry an annulment, so he took matters into his own hands. Banishing Catherine of Aragon from his court, he married young Anne Boleyn. To get around the Pope's objections, Henry passed the Act of Supremacy in 1534, which declared that the king, not the Pope, was the supreme head of the Church of England, leaving a schism between the Church of England and the Catholic Church even today. When Catholic protesters arose, Henry simply had them executed. When Anne Boleyn did not give Henry a child, Henry simply had her executed and took a new wife. In total, Henry would take 6 wives before his death in 1547. His quest for domestic bliss left the kingdom in shambles, and his incompetence triggered a war with Scotland. For all his efforts, Henry VIII's only legitimate son would outlive him by merely 3 weeks. On the massive land of modern-day Russia, there was not yet a unified empire, but a patchwork of independent principalities slowly being consolidated by the powerful state of Moscow. In 1547, a young man named Ivan IV became ruler and transformed Moscow into a centralized Russian state. He became the first Tsar of a united Russia, Emperor of the lands. He was a brutal leader. Anyone who questioned Ivan's authority, whether the head of the Russian church or a powerful general, was put to death. He began a program of cutthroat expansion from the Ural Mountains to the Baltic Sea, bringing Russia from a small duchy to its hulking present-day size. He turned Moscow into a true empire. His legendary conquests gave him the title Ivan Grozny, translating to Ivan the Fearsome. His most notable depiction is this painting, inspired by the event of Ivan beating his own son to death. The painting is widely regarded as one of the most powerful depictions of regret, guilt, and human anguish in art history. Ivan died with no heir left to his throne. The European Renaissance brought mankind a new understanding of space. It began with Nicholas Copernicus, who in 1543 proposed the fundamental upheaval that the Earth revolved around the Sun, and not the other way around. The theory was expanded by Johannes Kepler, who in 1609 laid out specific mathematical rules for how planets move through space. As Kepler ingeniously calculated, planets move not in circles, but imperfect ellipses. Galileo then provided empirical evidence for these theories. with observations of Jupiter's 4 moons, phases of Venus, and the rough cratered surface of the Moon, all of which contradicted the geocentric model. For his support of radical new astronomy, he was nearly put to death by the Catholic Church. While astronomers explored the heavens, bold adventurers continued to chart the New World. French settlers endured the brutal northern winters to establish New France in 1534, centered in modern-day Quebec. King James I established the first English colony in America at Jamestown in 1607. The fertile soil soon drew countless pilgrims. Before long, British North America was thriving. It wasn't long before the two superpowers were racing to settle the massive continent, sparking endless conflict in the New World. In 1609, the Dutch entered the race, planting their flag in what they called New Amsterdam, the city now known as New York. They would soon be driven out by the French and English and instead turned to Asia. Here, the Dutch found that the Portuguese had cornered the market. However, they wasted no time in undercutting Portuguese merchants, building an empire for themselves. In response, the Portuguese conquered the sprawling territory of Brazil, where Portuguese remains the national language to this day. The resource-rich land would prop up the Portuguese Empire for centuries to come. The Spanish expanded their Mexican territory into modern-day Florida and California. When the legendary explorer Magellan discovered a route to Asia through the Pacific, Spain also conquered the Philippines. With all the world stretched out before the European kingdoms, they went into a frenzy and fought bitterly for a place at the top of this new world order. Not all colonial expeditions promised success. In 1606, a Dutch merchant arrived in Australia, seeking the next breakthrough discovery. Before he had even reached the shore, he found himself under fierce assault from indigenous warriors on the shore, littering his ships with arrows. Several of his crewmen were killed, the rest in utter panic. The merchant retreated. He named Australia New Holland and went home, never to return. Australia's land was unlike any other. Aboriginal Australians mastered one of the world's harshest landscapes for over 40,000 years. They were hunter-gatherers with hundreds of tribes spread across the continent. Their food selection was unlike any other culture on Earth. They hunted and cooked kangaroos and emus. Their weapons were even more unique. For example, the boomerang, a curved aerodynamic tool that, when thrown correctly, will fly in a curved path and return to the thrower. Traditional instruments like the didgeridoo have become prolific cultural touchstones, known throughout the world. To navigate the lands, they used songs passed through generations, each containing encoded maps, environmental cues, sacred knowledge, and survival wisdom. For tens of thousands of years, the Aboriginals thrived in harmony with the land. But in 17th century England, one man dared to disturb nature, not with fire or spear, but with mathematics and thought. Sir Isaac Newton is one of history's greatest geniuses and one of its strangest. Whilst attending university in Cambridge, the bubonic plague had resurfaced, and the young Newton was forced to move to the countryside. It was here he worked alone for the next 2 years. There's a famous story of an apple falling on Isaac's head, causing him to question gravity. However, this story is just a myth, though the true story is not far off. Newton told biographers that he had seen an apple fall from a tree while sitting in a garden. This moment made him wonder, why do apples always fall straight down? Why not sideways or upward? That simple question led him to think deeper about gravity, not just on Earth, but in the sky. He connected the falling apple with the moon staying in orbit, both caused by the same force. He discovered the laws of gravity. He then discovered the laws of motion. He was asked, why do the planets orbit in ellipses rather than a perfect circle? To find his answer, he had to utilize a whole new form of mathematics. He created calculus. It would go on to help humans build, explore, cure, predict, and understand the world in ways we never could before. To this day, bridges, airplanes, phones, and rockets are still created using Newton's mathematics. Soon, Isaac Newton's discoveries would challenge further than just the academic world. Since ancient times, it was believed white light was pure and colors were impurities. Newton discovered the opposite. White is made up of all the colors of the rainbow. He proved this by using a prism. White light goes in, splits into red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Then he took those colors and passed them through another prism. They turned back into white light. This shocked the scientific and artistic world. He discovered the laws of optics, which helped scientists understand how light travels, bends, and splits. This knowledge allowed for the precise design of lenses for glasses, telescopes, microscopes, and cameras. Isaac Newton does all of this, then turns just 26 years old. Almost 20 years later, he would go on to publish his greatest masterpiece, Principia, explaining not just falling apples and orbiting planets, but the motion of everything in the universe. It became one of the most important scientific works in history, marking the birth of classical physics. Over in India, the Mughals had conquered the entire subcontinent of India. They gave the world one of the most iconic pieces of architecture ever created, the Taj Mahal. It was built by the King Shah Jahan in honor of his wife. As a teenager, the king fell in love with Mumtaz Mahal. Together, they had 14 children, but Mumtaz Mahal tragically died from birth complications during the last one in 1631. At her death, Shah Jahan was so distraught that he paid the modern equivalent of $1 billion to have the mausoleum constructed for her. When he died 30 years later, he too was interred there. At the center of the sprawling Taj Mahal lies the tomb of two lovers. Visited by millions each year, their love forever immortalized in history. Following the French and Indian War, the British controlled all of colonial North America. The Spanish were driven back to Mexico, and the French routed from the continent entirely. The legendary 13 colonies thrived, and were quickly becoming the world's dominant economic powerhouse. The availability of natural resources was staggering. Indigenous peoples were slaughtered, enslaved, and decimated by diseases. Their land was seized, further enriching the colonies. Most crucial to American success, however, was the transatlantic slave trade. The triangular trade. Raw materials are taken from the Americas to Britain, where they're used to manufacture goods. The finished goods are taken to Africa, where they're traded for slaves. The slaves are taken to America, where they're used to harvest raw materials, and so the cycle continues. Human beings were treated as cargo, packed below deck so tightly that they couldn't move. 15 million slaves were shipped this way in total. 1/5 of them died on the voyage. The practice of slavery would go on to rend the American nation in two. First, however, it had to become a nation. The 13 colonies were still British colonies. By the 1770s, cries for change were becoming too loud to ignore. In 1707, England, Wales, and Scotland ratified the Acts of Union and officially became one, the Kingdom of Great Britain. The unified bloc turned its gaze outward. Before long, it would form the basis for the British Empire, the largest ever known to man. To build an empire, the British would need bold explorers. Among these was Captain James Cook. Cook went on to chart vast regions of the untamed North, creating maps of Canada which would be used for more than 200 years. He then led the cruise of the HMS Endeavour to the Pacific, becoming the first European to circumnavigate New Zealand and the first to communicate with the fearsome Maori. In 1770, he became the first European ever to set foot on the vast continent of Australia. Establishing a fort at Cape York, Cook began the long process of settlement which would culminate the Australia we know today. He then became the first to cross the Antarctic Circle in 1773. The Lords of England tried to persuade the man to return home and settle, honoring him with countless awards, including the title, the First Navigator in Europe. But Cook simply couldn't resist the call to adventure. In 1776, he returned to sea, becoming the first to chart the northwest coast of America. He then discovered the Hawaiian Islands, where he was welcomed by the indigenous peoples as a god. His crew was not treated quite so warmly, however. When a dispute with the indigenous people turned violent, Cook took a Hawaiian king hostage and attempted to flee. The villagers gave chase, clubbed Cook on the head, and stabbed him to death. In the end, gave his life to the pursuit. Few prodigies throughout history can rival the absolute mastery Isaac Newton had in his field. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart is one of them. He composed his first known piece of music at the age of 5 and traveled throughout Europe seeking ultimate inspiration. At just 14 years old, while in Rome during Holy Week, he attended a famous performance of Allegri's Miserere in the Sistine Chapel, a piece that was strictly forbidden to be copied or performed outside the Vatican. After hearing the Miserere only once, Mozart wrote it down entirely from memory, accurately reproducing it. This act amazed many, as the piece had been kept a secret for over a century. Instead of punishing him, Pope Clement XIV summoned Mozart, praised his genius, and even awarded him the Order of the Golden Spur, a papal knighthood. Across his lifetime of just 35 years, he composed over 800 pieces. As the young man grew progressively more ill, he began composing the Requiem, his magnum opus. During the process, he struggled to eat, move, and even talk, and still, from his bed, he continued composing. Mozart intended the Requiem to be played at his own funeral. He died in 1791 before the piece was completed. However, the world now knows the tune. The over 200-year-old masterpiece is still used in modern-day movies and still fills concert halls all around the world. In the prosperous 13 colonies, trouble was brewing. American colonists were being taxed the same as British citizens, or more, but had no say in governmental affairs. In the 1770s, they began to revolt. At the Boston Tea Party in 1773, a group of dissatisfied Americans raided a British merchant vessel and dumped a modern equivalent of $1.7 million worth of tea into Boston Harbor. The Patriot movement was born, violently demanding independence. 2 years later, the Boston rebels engaged the British in the field, scoring a miraculous victory in the battles of Lexington and Concord. If they were going to stand any chance against the full force of the British Empire, the Patriots would need leadership. In 1775, it arrived, General George Washington. Taking command, Washington turned the American Revolution from a series of disorganized skirmishes into a full-blooded war. The haphazard Patriot movement became the Continental Army, and Washington its commander-in-chief. Washington's greatest skill as a general quickly became clear. He knew how to properly lose a battle. At Long Island, Brandywine, and Germantown, his forces were utterly crushed by the British. But each time, the general somehow found a way to escape, with enough strength to fight another day. He saw the big picture. Washington was fighting a war. While Washington continued to stump the British, his compatriots were nation-building. On July 4, 1776, the Declaration of Independence was ratified. The 13 colonies became the United States of America, an independent self-governing nation. Months later, Washington spontaneously crossed the Delaware River, shocking the British forces. Dealing them defeat after defeat, Washington drove the British to their final stronghold at Yorktown. In 1781, they finally surrendered. One of the most important revolutions in the history of mankind came to a successful end. The world's next great superpower was born, and George Washington would refuse to be king, instead leading the nation as the first president. Great Britain's loss of 13 American colonies was a severe blow to the empire. The British Crown had shifted its gaze to the rest of the globe, where vicious imperialism thrived. In 1788, the British established the colony of New South Wales, an island of exile for the worst English criminals, which would later become Australia. In India, British economic domination became direct political control with the establishment of the Raj. While in Mesoamerica, new British slave colonies were established. In the north, they kept their grip on the massive colony of Canada in spite of American independence. The British were on the path to global mastery, but they weren't without competition. The Portuguese expanded the massive territory of Brazil in 1777, coming to dominate South America. While they were ousted by the Dutch in Asia, they made headway throughout Africa in such wealthy provinces as Mozambique and Angola. The Dutch controlled the East Indies, with their colonies of Indonesia and Malaysia. Dutch expansion into South Africa would soon spark conflict with the British and Portuguese. The Americans expanded their borders under what they called Manifest Destiny, granting themselves the right to conquer the entire continent. In 1803, they purchased the massive territory of Louisiana from the French, who began to forsake overseas acquisitions. Instead, they conquered that which lay directly before them. By 1812, almost all of Europe found itself under French rule. Not the French Republic, but the First French Empire. The success of the Americans in building a republic led France, the most powerful kingdom in Europe, to contemplate the state of their own government. At the time, the French were ruled by King Louis XVIII and his wife, Queen Marie Antoinette. Whilst the peasants starved, the monarchs lived in absolute luxury. The French commoners had enough. They decided they wanted more say in how the country was run, and they formed a group called the National Assembly and started making new laws to give them more rights. Armed with pitchforks and muskets, they stormed the Bastille, France's prison that represented the king's power. The French Revolution had begun. Headed by Maximilien Robespierre, the symbol of the revolution was created, the Madame Guillotine, an invention meant to make execution quick and humane in the crowded squares of Paris. It claimed more than 15,000 lives, eventually even beheading the king and queen themselves. After, the people of France voted in Maximilien Robespierre. However, in a twist of fate, Robespierre became known as a ruthless and uncompromising figure. Soon, thousands of people were arrested, tried, and executed for crimes against the revolution. The people grew tired of the violence. The French had revolted once before and would do so again against the man they once called a hero. Ironically, Robespierre was taken to the guillotine and executed. The French Revolution forever transformed France, laying the foundation for democracy, individual rights, and the end of absolute monarchy. Napoleon Bonaparte was born in a small, unimportant French colony off the coast of Italy. Yet the young man's ambition knew no bounds. Serving in the French Revolution army, he saved the fragile republic from its countless enemies time after time, and quickly became France's most powerful general and a beloved national hero. In exchange for his heroism, Napoleon made one simple demand: absolute dictatorial power. In 1804, he was named the first ever Emperor of the French. He crushed the Holy Roman Empire, the Prussians, the Russians, and the Spanish. Napoleon was unstoppable. Not only was he an indisputable military genius, Napoleon poured his blood, sweat, and tears into the empire. Whether at home or on campaign, he worked 16 hours every day, almost without pause. For a time, it seemed he might conquer the world. In 1812, however, at the height of his power, Napoleon made a fatal flaw. He launched a full-scale land invasion of Russia. The Russians adopted their legendary scorched earth policy, which had stopped invaders since Genghis Khan. Napoleon's men were decimated by cold and starvation in the brutal Russian winter. He marched in with 600,000 troops in 1812 and limped out 2 years later with 70,000. The European powers seized the opportunity to rise up and crushed what remained of Napoleon's forces, sending him into exile in 1814. The irrepressible general returned to France the very next year, however, rallying an army of 300,000 to his banner. In the legendary 100 Days, he inflicted several crushing defeats to the allied European powers, and for a moment, it looked as though he might reclaim his empire. Yet, at the Battle of Waterloo on June 18, 1815, he was unable to defeat the English general Wellington. Napoleon was once more sent into exile, this time deep in the Atlantic, where he could never escape. The great general died in exile, and the short-lived French Empire came to an end. A new age was upon humanity, the Industrial Revolution. It began in England, where inventions like the spinning jenny fundamentally overhauled manufacturing throughout the 1700s. Processes that had been done by hand for millennia were now automated, eliminating the need for costly employees. The invention of the steam engine took these automatons to an unprecedented scale, mankind's first factories. It also led to a revolution in transit. Horses were replaced by automobiles and massive freight trains. It didn't take long for the rest of the world to follow England's example. Europe, Japan, the United States, economies were rebuilt from the ground up, centered on automation and cutthroat capitalism. The modern world was born. The Industrial Revolution wasn't without its flaws. Increased production meant higher demand for raw materials like cotton, leading to a massive expansion of American slavery. While factory owners and early investors grew unthinkably wealthy, the poor stayed poor, and even children were forced to endure deplorable working conditions in early factories. By the 1800s, war was brewing, not between nations, but between classes. Among those horrified by England's Industrial Revolution was a young writer named Karl Marx. Marx moved from Germany to England in 1849 to witness the birthplace of industry firsthand. It was here that he composed his magnum opus, Das Kapital. Over 3,000 pages in length, Das Kapital remains one of the most compelling, comprehensive works of philosophy ever composed. It frames all of human history as a war between classes. The working class, called the proletariat, is consistently exploited by the bourgeois, the business-owning elite. Marx called for a global revolution, the replacement of unjust capitalism with communism, where all people are equal and deserve equal rights and opportunities. Soon, it inspired violent revolutions across the world, and centuries of ideological warfare. As the 19th century began, one of history's great superpowers found itself spiraling into ruin: China's century of humiliation, beginning with the infamous Opium Wars. For decades, the British had made immense profits smuggling opium into China through Turkey. In 1832 alone, the East India Company sold more than 2,500 tons of the illegal substance. Opium addiction became the biggest public health crisis facing the Chinese Empire. However, when the Chinese government cracked down on the opium trade in 1840, the British intervened. For weeks on end, the superior British fleet bombarded Chinese ports, until China was forced to surrender. The terms of peace were crushing. The British seized the city of Hong Kong, which would remain a British colony until 1997. The Chinese government was also forced to open its borders to the opium trade, and worst of all, was forced to pay reparations for the financial damages they had done to British opium dealers. In today's currency, the reparations paid exceed $1 billion. In the wake of the humiliating defeat, the Chinese government began to lose control of its people. The land was ripe for revolution. In 1850, it finally came. The Taiping Rebellion, the bloodiest revolution in history and one of the strangest. The rebel leader Hung Shuchuan proclaimed himself to be the brother of Jesus Christ. He declared a new religious state in eastern China, the Heavenly Kingdom, and with his zealous legions soon ruled over more than 30 million citizens. The central Chinese government would eventually put down the Taiping Rebellion, but at a cost. 14 years and more than 20 million dead. China was utterly devastated, and as the modern age began, it was nothing but rubble. The United States, meanwhile, faced civil strife of its own. Having expanded their borders from coast to coast, a clear division had emerged in the nation. The North was industrialized, coming to adopt liberal values in massive cultural centers like New York City. The southern states, on the other hand, were agrarian. They made their money harvesting natural resources on the backs of slaves. Slavery had been abolished in much of the Western world by the early 1800s. Before long, the moral crisis began to plague the educated North. A politician rose through the ranks, giving voice to the abolitionist movement, Abraham Lincoln. When Lincoln was elected president in 1860, the southern states were so outraged that they declared themselves independent and attacked the North. The American Civil War had begun. The fighting was bloody, with more than 1 million lives claimed. But in the end, the industrialized North triumphed decisively. In 1865, the USA was reunified. In his legendary Emancipation Proclamation, Lincoln abolished slavery in the United States, a massive leap forward on the path to equality. But the war had taken a toll on Abraham Lincoln, and for him, things would only get worse. Just 5 days after bringing an end to the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln was assassinated. His nation would live on thanks to his tremendous effort. Although the slave trade was coming to an end in the 1800s, Western imperialism was experiencing a golden age. The most contested colonial prize, Africa. In 1870, 10% of Africa was under colonial control. By 1914, 90% of the continent had been seized. The Western European powers fought bitterly to take more of the continent, giving rise to the so-called Scramble for Africa. While the French reigned supreme in the north, holding colonies like Morocco and Tunisia into the late 1900s, the British and Belgians competed for the south. In the Congo, Belgian colonists went to such brutal extremes to harvest ivory and rubber that 75% of the Congolese population was wiped out. 12 million lives in just 20 years. In Liberia, on the other hand, fierce independence reigned. Since 1822, freed slaves from the USA had been migrating steadily to Liberia. They sought to build a new society in the homeland from which their ancestors had been kidnapped. In 1842, the settlers of Liberia issued a Declaration of Independence, becoming a nation of their own independent of American imperialism. Entering the scramble for Africa late was the nascent German Empire, which only unified in 1871 and still struggled to be recognized as a global superpower. Soon, this struggle would turn violent. A new age of global conflict loomed on the horizon. By 1914, Europe was on the brink of destruction. It began with nationalism. Great Britain resented the meteoric rise of the Germans, who were building an empire of their own and surpassing the British in naval might. To keep Germany in check, the British allied with the French monarchy, the Russian Empire, and the Kingdom of Serbia. Germany then formed an alliance of its own with the Kingdom of Italy, the decaying Ottoman Empire, and the Austrians. The fuse was set. All that was missing was a spark. On June 28, 1914, a Serbian citizen assassinated the heir to the Austrian throne. The Austrians declared war on Serbia, both alliances were automatically dragged in, and Europe found itself at war. For the first time ever, the world saw modern industrialized warfare. Airplanes, tanks, submarines, machine guns, poison gas, and even flamethrowers became tools of mass death. 4 years later, 22 million lay dead. Having lost the war, Germany was forced to take the entire blame for its outbreak and to pay crushing reparations. France was utterly decimated economically and terrified of another German invasion. In Russia, the Revolutionary Communist Party seized control in 1917. Murdering the royal family, the Bolsheviks abolished the monarchy and created what would soon become the Soviet Union. The European psyche was scarred. Modern art emerged to express the fundamental horror everyone was feeling. Strange, abstract pieces like Picasso's Guernica. The modern world would never be the same. The early 1900s became a golden age of genius, not only for death and destruction. Nikola Tesla was an inventor like no other. He dreamed of giving the world free wireless electricity. He created the Tesla coil, unlocked the power of alternating current, AC, and imagined things far beyond his time, from remote controls to wireless communication. Thomas Edison, Tesla's rival, gave the world the electric light bulb and recorded sound for the first time. He held over 1,000 patents and helped bring electricity, movies, and recorded music to everyday life. Marie Curie became the first woman to win a Nobel Prize, and the only person to ever win in 2 different sciences. Her discoveries in radioactivity changed medicine forever, allowing us to fight cancer with radiation. She worked so intensely with radioactive materials, her notebooks are still dangerous to touch. Albert Einstein changed the universe with a single equation, E equals mc squared. It showed that mass and energy are the same thing, and opened the door to nuclear power. He discovered that time and space bend with gravity. Niels Bohr helped make sense of it all. He built the model of the atom with electrons in orbits. His work helped launch quantum mechanics, the theory behind modern computers, lasers, and nuclear power. Whilst these geniuses achieved in the name of science and development, their discoveries would play a major part in the most deadly war in history just years later. The most brutally effective dictator of the 1900s, and perhaps of all human history, was Adolf Hitler. Rising up from the gutters of post-war Germany, Hitler rallied the entire nation behind his cause, the Nazi Party. The revitalized German Empire began conquering Europe. In 1939, they invaded Poland and the world once again went to war. 85 million people died in the Second World War. It remains the deadliest conflict in human history, an unimaginable toll which cannot be put into words. In 1945, Nazi Germany was overrun by a joint invasion of the Allied forces from the West and Russians from the East. Hitler committed suicide. In the East, however, Germany's ally Japan refused to surrender. It would take a new military innovation, one of pure devastation, to change their mind. The nuclear bomb dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August 1945. The Second World War was finally over, having brought humanity to the brink of annihilation. The demonstration of nuclear power changed things. With the threat of a global nuclear holocaust now present, world peace was no longer optional. Nations throughout the world gained independence. In India, Gandhi's method of peaceful protest defeated the British Raj, while in South Africa, Nelson Mandela employed a violent rebellion to attain independence. China was ravaged by a bloody civil war, culminating in a victory by the Communists in 1949. The world was quickly dividing into two camps: the capitalist West, headed by the USA, against the communist East, headed by Russia. From 1945 to 1989, Russia and the US vied bitterly to prove who was better. This was primarily fought in a new uncharted arena, outer space. In 1957, the Russians launched Sputnik, the first satellite to reach outer space. In 1969, the Americans traveled to the moon. The spirit of competition which pervaded the space race led to a global technological revolution: the computer, the wireless phone, the internet. Although not all revolutions were about technology. The next generation of women across the world would rise up, organizing protests, breaking barriers, and demanding equal rights and representation despite fierce opposition and societal pushback. By the end of the century, women had firmly established themselves across all sectors of society. Similar movements regarding racism and civil rights would take strides, with prominent figures from across the world like Martin Luther King Jr. and Nelson Mandela fighting for equality. By the century's close, a growing global movement toward human rights and social justice was more widespread than ever before. It is safer to be alive today than in any period of history ever. With a population of over 8 billion people and over 5 billion internet users, the world has never been more connected than it is now. In 2007, Steve Jobs would step up onto the stage and unveil a device that would redefine humanity: the iPhone. This moment marked the dawn of the smartphone era. Life itself would be reconstructed around these handheld devices. Social media, entertainment, real-time navigation, remote working, video calls, and even the beginning of artificial intelligence. And so, here we are. As the Athenian historian Thucydides said over 2,000 years ago, history is philosophy teaching by examples. In today's age of unprecedented access to short-term satisfaction, history reminds us of the long-term consequences. Humankind has massive potential and equally massive responsibility. From the cities of Sumeria to the Egyptian pyramids, from the Colosseum to the Great Wall of China, from the Taj Mahal to the countless skyscrapers of today, given another 10,000 years to wander the Earth, there's no telling what human civilization will become.